Get on both sides. Send them down the middle. Make sure they don't cut through there. Crank it up, Chris. Let's go. Let's go. Bring it in. Bring it in. Bring it in. Grab some high fives. Grab some high tens. Fill it in up front. Fill it up front. Fill it up front. Academy. Find your reserve seats. Fill it up front. Fill it up front. Make sure you got a workbook. Make sure you got a workbook. Let's go. Let's go. Find your seats. Find your seats. Let's go. If you're with Academy members up front, you got reserve seats. Reserve seats. Let's go. Up front, man. We got seats for you. Got seats for you too. Let's go. Let's go. There he is. I love you, man. Let's go. Fill in up front. Fill it up front. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Bring it in. Bring it in. Let's go. Good morning. Hey, good morning, man. Woo! Give me a good day, guys. Give me a good day. Yeah, up front, up front, up front. Academy members up front. Make sure you got a workbook with you. Only sit somewhere where there's a workbook. Fill it in up front. Yep, yep, yep. Huh? What? Everything should have highlighters. Everything has highlighters. Yeah. Bring it in. Let's fill it in. Fill it in. Fill it in. All right. I don't care. Either way. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Look at you. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah. You're good. Yeah, you're beautiful. Perfect. Hey, go ahead. If anybody wants to move up closer, you can fill in these reserved spots. They're reserved for you and you and you. You're supposed to be up here anyway. Now, move. Details matter, Michael. You should know this by now. Hey, good morning. All right. Keep filling in, guys. Keep filling in. I promise the further away you sit from me, the more I'll call on you today. So I encourage you to sit close. Gotcha, Field. I'm not sure if he's waving at me, but I'm like, I might as well go wave at him. Hey, how are you, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. We haven't met in person, but yeah. Matt Breyer. What's up, man? How are you? Good to see you. Yeah. Keep moving in, keep moving in. Get some coffee, get some water, get some soda. Good? That's all right, we're good. Turn out a bit. So guys, I promise if you were here last year, if you were here last year, one of the comments we got back was there wasn't enough bathroom breaks. So I promise we will have plenty of bathroom breaks this time. So make sure you help yourself to coffee and water and soda that they gotten back. So who feels like we were just literally here like a month ago? Right? Does it feel like this just happened like a month ago? I swear, like the older I get, the faster time seems to go. Who can agree with me on that? I mean, John Lee, time must freaking fly for you, bro. Like, I mean, it must fly. No, John and I are about the same age, so he just looks better than me, but he makes those hats look really good. So, yeah. So the cool thing about today is you guys are actually in the room. We've got a camera going right now, and this is streaming to the NADRA YouTube page, the NADRA Facebook page, and to the Legacy Dex Academy Instagram. So there's a bunch of people at home that are watching, and so I'm actually going to go live here real quick and see if we can give them a little bit of FOMO, right? So you guys, I'm going to go live, and then you're going to say hi to everybody at home. So 3, 2, 1, let's say hi to everybody. Everybody that's not watching, actually, camera's this way. Say hey to everybody at home. Hey, all right. So these are the people that actually chose to be in the room today. And part of the reason you guys are in the room is because you probably managed to work out a budget and put in that budget travel expenses, right? Is that something everybody put in their budgets? Probably not, but we're going to talk about that, right? So I'm super excited for all you guys that are in the room. But for those of you that can't be in the room, make sure you pay close attention today to what we're going to share. I can't flip my camera around because we're going to show you how to actually be in the room next year, right? What numbers you need to know and how you can scale your business so that you can actually be in the room next year. So let's we'll shut this down. Everybody at home can just enjoy that live feed that we've got going. So before we get started, a big part of what I shared last year with you guys, and a big thing inside of what we do at the Academy is we focus on working on the business plan, which we're going to do a lot of that today. Like last year was fun, but there was a lot of motivational stuff and not as much tactics. Today's going to be a lot of tactics. You guys have a workbook in front of you. You got highlighters. Like we are going to roll up our sleeves and actually get to work. But one of the biggest struggles that I deal with inside of working with business owners is like making them realize that the business plan is just one piece of it, right? It's the business man or woman that really has to implement the business plan. So at the Academy, we believe a ton inside of working on the business man, woman, before you work on the business plan. Does anybody agree with that? Right? Think about it this way. Anybody watch Formula One racing? I know we're all deck builders. We don't watch Formula racing, but you understand that a Formula One race car is super fast, right? How well do you think that Formula One race car would do if you put, I don't know, let's just say me in that car? How quick do you think before I would crash that sucker doing 225 miles an hour around a corner? Pretty quick, right? So I'll relate that Formula One car to your business. It doesn't matter what systems we give you, what tactics we give you, what numbers we show you to keep an eye on. Like if you're somewhat where I was at, which was broken, it doesn't matter how fast the car is, how good the business is, like you will crash and burn. Does that make sense? Okay, so one of the things we do inside of the Academy, and you're going to learn a ton about what the Academy is about today, but we do a program called LDX. And LDX is the personal development side of what we do at the Academy. Because again, it's the businessman and the business plan. So I want to share something with you guys real quick. This is a little bit of a highlight, if you will, from what we do inside of that space. Is that you guys okay with me showing you a quick little video about 3 minutes long? Let's see if this starts for us. You will never create the life that you know you're capable of unless you are ruthlessly committed to results. But the power to change lies within you.
This event for me was really life-changing. I came here to elevate my business, elevate my being, who I am.
If you are an entrepreneur and you feel lost under all the pressures of all the hats that you wear, you need to be here.
LDX creates the space for you to start the transformation into the person that you are called to be.
They will push you to your limit. They will push you to access a power that you never knew you had inside of you.
Your team needs you. 7 million is your ceiling. Maybe it's 10. Operating the way you operate.
So are you ready to unleash your true potential and create the life that you were meant to live?
If you're looking to better yourself, have more money in your bank account, and just overall grow to a place that you want to go, like prosperity, this is the place.
And the brotherhood that came with it, it empowers anybody.
When you're wearing the weight of everything because you have to, it's way different than when you're wearing the weight that you want to.
Time matters to you and you want to get there faster, then I suggest you do the personal work because we can get there in 1 year instead of 3.
It's not about a to-do list, an action item list, a blueprint. It's about a to-be list.
Like, we can build generational wealth. We can help you cure your generational wounds and maintain generational health. And my friends, that is the ultimate next level.
I didn't know it was going to get this impactful, but man, it rocked my world. And I'm forever grateful for it.
It will change the way you look at your life, your relationships, business, all of it together as a package.
You can't go it alone. You just can't. I'm just very thankful for this experience. I'm thankful for the coaches. I'm thankful for everything that's been done here.
It is, without a doubt, probably the most impactful thing that I have done in my business career.
Commit to results, embrace the journey, and watch as you transform into the person you're called to be. Go to LegacyDexAcademy.com to see if you have what it takes to build a legacy. Silence. What do you think? So there's one line in there from one of my coaches. I have several coaches I work with, but his name's Colin Talley. And he says, we can help you get to where it would normally take in 3 years. We can help you get there in 1 year. And I don't know if you caught what he said, though. Did anybody catch what he said, how we do that? If you're willing to put in the personal work. Not if you have a master's degree in finance and, you understand all the levels of it, but the personal work. And so that's why I do what I do now, because I have such a passion for opening up people to the possibility that it's more than just doing the tactics inside of the business. It's a personal work. So if you guys will help me out here. So I want to take a minute here and just recognize some of the people that have already been part of that, of LDX and are working with us currently. So if you're a part of LDX 1, I want you to stand up. Who's part of LDX? Some of my team was a part of LDX 1, okay? If you were part of LDX 2, stand up for me. Stay standing. LDX 2, LDX 3, Michael's getting up early here. So LDX 3, who's currently going through LDX 3? What's that? You're good, stand up. LDX 3, go ahead and stand up. All right, and then we got any inner circle members that are not standing? You should be standing because you've all done this already. So let's give these guys a big round of applause because they were the ones that you saw in the video that committed to doing the work. You guys can go ahead and sit down. So some of the people that stood up were people that I talked to last year coming out of this event, and they made a decision. And so today, my hope for you guys, if nothing else, is that something clicks for you, and you go home and you make a decision to do something different inside of your business. Whatever it is, there's going to be one thing, there's going to be multiple things, but just make a decision to do something coming out of this, because otherwise all this is for nothing. You guys could have just slept in, or you could be at the beach right now. Is that fair? Okay, great. So we got some ground rules. So let's go ahead and cover the ground rules real quick here, because otherwise this experience will not be half as much as what it could be. So rule number 1, where are my markers at? Rule number 1 is you must be open. What's rule number 1? What's rule number 1? Okay, what's the opposite of open? Closed. What's the opposite of open? If you are closed off, guys, to hearing anything that I have to say, it just won't land. It won't hit. You won't make any changes inside of what you're going to go home and do, personally or professionally. So you've got to be open. So rule number 1 is going to be open. Rule number 2 is, who knows what rule number 2 is? Nobody knows what. Okay, I'll share, I guess. Details matter for all my LDX people, sure. Participation, right? If you haven't already gathered from this is going to be somewhat interactive, right? Participation. So I need you guys to participate, not at a low level, but at a high level. All right. If you don't participate, like, this is going to be super boring for you guys and for me. So I need you guys to participate. The last piece, I'm not going to even say this is a rule, but just go all in on today. Like, go all in. It's all right. Go all in because this next 4 hours is going to be absolutely freaking fantastic. We've got some great people we're going to share with you. It's not just going to be me up here talking for 4 hours. So I will locate my clicker and we'll move on. So rule number 1 is? Rule number 2? Not at a low level, but at a? All right, fantastic. You guys are great. So raise of hands here. Who came today because they just wanted to win some NADRA awards tonight? No? Wow. Nobody came because they want to win some NADRA awards? Who came because they wanted to learn some stuff? Okay. Who came because they thought there was going to be free breakfast? I'm sorry about that, Andy. Who came because they just wanted to see if there was going to be an open bar later on? Yeah? All right. Come on, guys. Come on. All right. So where are we going to go today? What's our agenda for the day? You guys have got a workbook in front of you. Don't open it up yet. But the things that we're going to cover today, guys, are the 4 accelerators to scaling. So we're going to share the model that we used to create what we've created inside of Legacy Dex. And I'll go into a little bit more detail about who we are and who Legacy Dex is. Who does not know anything about me? A couple of you guys. Okay, great. Well, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about me in a little bit. So we're also going to share with you guys the 6 key numbers that drive success. That's going to be shared by my beautiful wife and bride, Amy. We're going to share the team blueprint, like how we built the team that we have that affords us the ability to do the things that we currently do. And then we'll end this today with a question and answer session, probably at about 11:30 or 12 o'clock. And we'll go into a little bit of detail about what that looks like. So I shared this last night at the beach party, but just another disclaimer. If you're in the room and you're not a deck builder, the things that I'm going to teach are still applicable, right? I'm not teaching you how to build decks today. I'm teaching you how to run business. And business principles transcend whether you're an entrepreneur or an intrapreneur. Who's ever heard the term intrapreneur? Okay. So an intrapreneur, just to explain, is a business owner that works inside of someone else's business, right? My team are all intrapreneurs. They take ownership inside of the business. They see that there's opportunity for them inside of our business. They're an intrapreneur. So don't discount the things that I'm going to share with you guys today just because you may not be an entrepreneur. They will be 100 and 1,000% relevant for you. So everybody okay with that? You agree? If you're an entrepreneur? Actually, show of hands, who's entrepreneurs? Entrepreneurs. Okay, so maybe about half the room. Who's intrapreneurs? Who's I don't know what I want to be preneur. No? Okay. Andy's not sure. Gunning's not sure. We know Gunning's not sure. Sorry, James. I love you, man. So let's get started with my story. So I started out like most of you guys in the room. Most of you started out as actually a deck builder or some kind of craft that you guys did. And so I'm not much different than you guys. At some point inside of my business, it wasn't really a business. I'd really just kind of created a job for myself. I started off building for my friends, my family. Once I got done with that, I had to try to figure out like how to actually create a business out of it. So I had an idea, like a lot of you guys, like Kevin. Kevin's got some new ideas right now that he's cooking up. But I had an idea, like, let's go ahead and see if I could turn this into an actual business. The problem that I ran into was that I ended up being this guy. I was a guy trying to do all the things because I knew how to build decks, but now all of a sudden I had to figure out like 17 other things that it takes to actually build a business. Who can relate with that? Right? I'm a deck builder. I'm not necessarily a marketer, a salesperson, a project manager, all those things. So I've showed this slide before, and I showed this slide last year of the guy spinning all the plates, right? But I just don't feel like it actually does justice to just show that. So would you guys be okay if I gave you guys kind of a visual representation of what this looks like? I'm gonna need a volunteer for this. So, Mike Mitchell, you my volunteer? All right, come on up, buddy. Come on up. You're being voluntold. So we got Mike Mitchell with Mitchell Construction out of Chicagoland-ish area is how he describes it. So thank you for being my volunteer. I appreciate it. So Okay. So Mike was just like me. He was a deck builder, right? He was building projects. But what happens once you start to build, once you become a deck builder, you've got to actually do a couple things, right? You got to strap on your tool belt, right? You were building decks when you first started, right? What happens next after you strap on your tool belt? Then you got to try to figure out how to actually find jobs, right? So once you're done building for your friends, your family, all of them, get your tool belt down, get your hammer, all right? Looks beautiful on it. After you actually get done building projects for people that you know, then you've got to figure out, like, how do I get more business, right? So you've got to actually become a marketer. You're like, oh, shoot, I probably need a website. So then you got to grab your laptop. You're going to build a website, Mike. After you build the website, you've got to do some marketing of the website. So you go out, you get some business cards made. Hang on to those business cards. After you throw some business cards out there, all of a sudden your website goes down. So you actually have to become the IT guy, right? Your website's down, got to become the IT guy. Oh shit, my marketing's working now. The phone's ringing. I've got to start answering the phone. So now I'm a receptionist. Let's turn that off so nothing happens there. So I'm the receptionist, right? What happens after the phone rings? You book an appointment. What happens after you book an appointment? You got to go run a sales call, right? Better get your freaking sample bags, man. So put that on. Oh, hang it. Here, you can put that there. Okay. Oh, don't forget this. You got to measure shit while you're out there, too. There's a measuring wheel for you. Okay. So then you got to measure some stuff. After you measure the job, then what do you got to do? Estimate it, sure, but you probably should do some design work, too. So let's put our design hat on. Now he's a designer today. So you do have to estimate. You guys said that, right? To estimate, you got to know all the details. You got to have a set of plans to estimate from, right? So there's your plans. Now, after you do all that, hopefully what happens? You sell the job, right? What happens after you sell the job? No, you got to go freaking get a permit. Get a permit. Here, let's put this on here. You got that. Don't forget to answer the phone, too, when that rings. So once you have a permit, then what do you got to do? You got to manage the job, right? So you become a project manager, right? So put the project manager hat on. And you probably should order some material, right? And once you order the material, you're going to have guys out there building, but you're probably going to be building as well, right? You'll be building. Yep, you got your hammer on still. So, but you probably have somebody that's going to be helping you, right? So then you've got to put your babysitter hat on because you're a babysitter now, right? Right? Don't you guys be looking ahead at my hats here either, so. All right, so those guys, though, the babysitters, they don't like being babysat, so 2 of them quit. And so then you've got to actually put some ads out. You got to put your recruiter hat on, right? You got to start trying to figure out how am I gonna find more people? You find some people, and after you find, don't drop none of that. Come on. After you find some people, I'll get your hat. He's dropping hats already. Is this you guys getting this? All right. You recruit some new people. You can put that stuff down. There's no sales coming in because you're out building jobs, so you have no time to estimate anymore. Then you got to train those suckers, right? So now you got to put your training hat on. So I'm training people how to build decks. All right. So you built the deck. Then what do you got to do? You got to get it what? Inspected, right? Oh shoot, you forgot to schedule the job. There's the calendar for scheduling the job. Yep. So you got to get inspected, and the inspector comes back and he's like, I can't tell you what's wrong, but there's something that you got to freaking fix, right? So here's the code book. So read up, figure it out, because he's not going to tell you what you got to do there. So, all right. And then after you pass the inspection, hopefully the homeowner is going to do what? Pay you, right? So then you put your collections hat on because they're like, well, the decking's not quite done yet. Is it really done? I don't think I have to pay you yet. So then you've got to do collections, right? You guys understanding where I'm going with this whole thing? All right. Then Friday comes up, and what happens on Friday? Payroll. What's my payroll prop, guys? Let's see. You got to put your bookkeeper hat on because now you got to do payroll. And you probably need a calculator, so there's a calculator. And then you're riding down the road. You get a phone call from your insurance guy. He says, hey, we need to do a workers' comp audit, so I need you to get these 1,500 pages of stuff ready. So you got to put your insurance hat on so you can be ready for your workers' comp audit, right? Whew, I'm tired. How about you guys? All right. And we tell ourselves all along that, like, well, I'm out here working, busting my butt. Yeah, somebody called. You got to make a sales call. I don't need to work out because I'm working. I keep in shape from working. But one day you're at home and you take your shirt off and your wife's like, babe, you used to be in shape. Now you're just kind of becoming a shape, a big fat round one. So I think you should probably hit the gym. So drop that freaking measuring wheel. You gotta work out now. And then your buddies are like, Mike, we're going to go run a Spartan race. Let's go run a Spartan race. So you train for a Spartan race and you finish that sucker, right? You're working out. Leads stop coming in. So then you're like, crap, I probably need to start putting some content out there, right? So then you become I don't know my prop. What's my prop? Oh, content creator hat. You got to put your content creator hat on. Put some stuff out on social media. Get some people calling back in. And then you get a text or an email from this NADRA organization. They're like, hey, the awards are coming up. You got to submit some pictures. You got a deadline. So you're like, shoot, I got to get my camera out. Here, you're done working out. So you get your camera out. You go take some pictures so you can win some NADRA awards, right? This is getting tiring. Then the decks that you built last year, someone calls up and they're like, hey, this board lifted up a little bit. This miter opened up. So you got to put your warranty hat on and go work some warranty work. Payroll's next week. You can wait on that now. Take that hat off. Right? And then on top of it all, your decking manufacturer calls. He's like, hey, you got to come on a plant tour. So pack your bags, Mike. You got to go on a plant tour. And oh, by the way, IBS is coming up. Job Tread Connect's coming up. Deck Expo's coming up. NADRA Summit's coming up. Pack your bags because you're going to be traveling. But you still got to do all this stuff. So make sure you answer the phone. All right? All the while, you're telling yourself, like, I'm doing this for lifestyle. I'm doing this so I can be the dad at the basketball games. So I can be the husband that I know that I'm called to be, right? So your wife's like, babe, you're dropping the ball. I need you to put your dad hat back on. So you got to put the dad hat on. You schedule some dates with your kids. And your wife's like, what about me? So then you put your husband hat on. You make an extra effort, book a date night. You even go to all the trouble of getting her some flowers, right? And then you drop your knees and you're like, just help me. So you grab your Bible and you go to church. Spinning plates. Is this connecting a little bit better than my image of spinning plates, right? Does anybody relate with this? Like, is this chaos? And we choose this, right? Speaking from an entrepreneur standpoint, and even entrepreneurs, if you guys are in the room as entrepreneurs, don't drop any of that stuff. If you're in the room as entrepreneurs, like, the reality is you know that this is great. I lost my train of thought. You choose this over a 40-hour work week. You would work 100 hours. Again, entrepreneur, you would work 100 hours for yourself juggling all this stuff rather than working 40 hours for something that doesn't matter, that has no purpose, right? All right, let's give Mike a big round of applause. Mike, I appreciate you being a good sport. Carry all this stuff off the stage for me now. Let's go. Your wife's here, right? You can give her those flowers. All right. Make sure you answer the phone. And don't forget about checking all your emails while you're at that NADRA event, because the emails don't stop. Give me my Spartan medal. I won that thing. Thanks, man. Oh, goodness. I only missed one prop. These were the deck boards that you had to order when you were ordering material, but you can have those because, these are TimberTech. Mike can't have those. All right, so give Mike a big round of applause. Mike, you get to pick. Would you like a book? Would you like a shirt? Would you like a journal? Would you like a water bottle? Let's see, Profit First, Good to Great, Pinnacle, Traction, Extreme Ownership. All right, good deal. Good choice. And you get a bumper sticker. So that's fun, right? But like, the reality is that's a lot of what's going on, which that's where I found myself at, right? I was just burned out, broke down, beaten, just trying to juggle all these things. And that's, most days that's kind of what I looked like. And when it wasn't that, I would actually, a lot of us go to some kind of sedation, whatever it may be. Maybe you work out, maybe you drink. For me, I went to drinking, like try to numb the pain and the chaos and just calm my mind. And so that's what I went to. So actually, Mike, I need you back on the stage because I forgot to teach everybody how to clap because we don't do this golf clap stuff around here. So back on the stage, receive your applause. All right. So we're not going to do this golf clap every time because it just kind of putters out. Whoa, I flashed forward a bunch. So when we want to honor somebody for a share or for coming up and volunteering, we do a 2-clap boom. Okay, so it goes like this. I'm going to say 2-clap. You are going to follow with clapping twice and then boom. Okay, let's see how good you guys get this. I don't think we did this last year, all right? So for my team, they should know all this. So 2-clap, boom. That was pretty good. Let's give them one more. 2-clap, boom. All right, take your seat, Mike. So when I say 2-clap, we're going to 2-clap, boom. All right, there you go. You guys got it. All right, good stuff. All right, so I'd find myself like this, and eventually I would be like this guy, not at the bar, but at home. And who's interested in knowing how I kind of went from that to having legacy decks that I currently have? Dan would like to know. Dave would like to know. All right, fantastic. So ultimately, that's kind of why we're here today. Is we just want to share with you guys like what our journey was, and we're going to share some of my team, and it's going to be fun. Who related with the drama we just did? Who wants to share something that they got from that? Like what's coming up for you? Who wants to share something? Dave Settlemeyer, I'm looking at you. So that's a microphone. Stand up. Tell us who you are and talk into the mic.
Dave Settlemeyer, LS Underground. I completely relate with that. I wear every hat.
I know you do.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to do. It's something that I've never been able to get past. I try very hard. I've tried everything that I could possibly imagine over the last couple of years, and I'm looking for some better direction for that. I think that I'm getting that through Chris right now.
Fantastic. 2-clap. Nice, guys. Anybody else? Who's relating with that whole chaos of, all right here. What's your name? Who you with? Stand up.
I'm sorry. Leslie Young. I'm with LS Underground. I used to be a lot like that. I had a failed business in the oil field, and I happened to be with my brother Dave. And it makes me sad that he has to put the babysitter hat for me. So that's what I get.
That challenged you, huh?
Yeah.
Good stuff,
because I'm trying to be in his company and be somebody worthwhile to him.
Nice.
And I feel like he shouldn't have to wear a babysitter hat.
Nice. I love it.
Just saying.
Nice. 2-clap. Good job, guys. So who actually leveraged this event to bring some of their team so that they could actually experience this? Raise your hand if you brought somebody from your team. Raise your hand if you are that team person. Guys, I definitely encourage you to do that. I know it's an expense, but it's actually an investment. It's something that should be on your budget every year is to invest in your team that way. So thank you guys for your shares. So I'm here to give you guys some hope because I literally have been where you guys have been at. I was wearing all the hats. I was burned out. I was broken. I was sedating myself. I just had to quit, right? But as far as the hope goes, what I want to share with you guys, I'm going to share with you guys a quick little story. This is supposed to represent me scrolling through Instagram. So this just happened a couple weeks ago. I'm on Instagram. I'm scrolling because that's like where all the world's wealth of knowledge is on Instagram and Facebook, right? That's where it's all at. I'm scrolling and I see some deck pictures that look really nice, and they're a guy that I know. He's in my market, and I'm like, and I go to my wife. I go, babe, have you seen these pictures of what Andrew did here? And she's like, what pictures? And I show her, and she's like, babe, that's our deck. Like he built that for us. Like he actually came onto our team and built this deck. Okay, now that should just blow your mind, but I'm gonna help expand upon that, right? So not only did I not know that was our deck, I didn't know that he built it for us. I didn't answer the phone when the customer called in to make the appointment for that. I didn't do the estimate for it. I didn't follow up on the estimate. I didn't close the job. I didn't collect the deposit. I didn't pull the permit. I didn't schedule the guys. Heck, I didn't even know the guys that were doing it, right? And yet it got 100% done to the point that I didn't know about it until it was on my social media feed. Did you guys hear that? I didn't know about it till it was on my social media feed. How many people would be okay? Like customers don't even know my name. How many people would be okay if the way that you kept up to date on your social media was when you got home at night? Because this is what I do. Like my builders all have Instagram, right? And I just check and my team has Instagram. I just check my social media feed. How many people would like to just check their social feed to know what's going on inside their business? right? So that's the hope that I want to share with you guys. That's just a little bit of what a glimpse into what I've done. Now, it wasn't easy. It was a lot of work, and we're going to get into the work later. I promise. There's going to be a bunch of work we're going to do here. But let's back up for a minute. For those of you that raised their hand that didn't know who the heck I was, so who the heck am I? So my name's Chris Breen. I own Legacy Decks and Outdoor Living. We do decks and outdoor living. We've been in business since 2015, 16, let's just call it that. So we're on year 7 inside of business. I own another business before that, deck business that I kind of burned to the ground. But Legacy Decks currently is the largest, most well-known deck builder in my market. Like, hands down. Andy's from Greenville. We have, this is part of our team that was in this photo shoot, but we have, as of right now, we've got 21 full-time team members between sales, ops, builders, all that, 21 full-time. We're tracking to do 4.5. I'm hoping to hit $5 million this year. I own Legacy Decks. I own it. I don't run it. Like, we've built a team that actually runs it. And so what qualifies us to be up here and speak? Well, number one, Mike and Margie, obviously, and NADRA gave us the opportunity to be up here and speak, but that's because they saw the possibility for you guys to learn something and actually go back and do this. Because like I said yesterday at the beach, like, my goal inside of this is like to have more people that are in my tribe that I can hang with more, that aren't working on a Saturday and working on a Sunday and trying to figure out how to put this business thing together. So that's a little bit about what qualifies me. This is a picture of my family. This is my why. This is at the core of why I do what I do. I do what I do so that I can be the husband, be the father, create the life and the lifestyle that I got into business for. It's a little bit older picture, but it's one of my favorite pictures of my family. My daughter, Peyton, is 18 now. She's at College of Charleston. My middle son is 17, Connor, who I shared a story with you guys about last year. Connor is doing fantastic. I'm not going to go into that story today with you guys, but he's doing amazing. Compared to where he was last year, or when I shared the story last year. And then my littlest guy is 10 years old, and he's super stoked because he's actually flying as an unaccompanied minor Friday to come down and meet up with Amy and I. We're going to go to Disney World after this for the whole next week after this. Because I don't have to go home, because my team's going to fly home on Friday and go back and attend to making sure all the decks are built, right? We'll get more into that. So why we built the academy? We own Legacy Decks. We also own the Legacy Decks Academy. We built the academy because I really just wanted to create a way to show you guys and show other people how to create more time and more money so you can be the husband, be the father, have the time to go on the trips, all of those things. Everybody down with making more money, having more time? You guys, okay, we're all about that. Fantastic. So that's why we created this, is so that you guys can actually have a way to do that. All right, so we're going to open up the books now. Open up your workbooks now, and we're going to do our first little journaling session here. So flip to, open it from the front. That first page there is just some dotted lines for any random notes you guys want to take, and I'll show you more about that later. Flip one more page, and the first question on there, we're going to get some music going here, but I want you to write down, like, what are 3 reasons? We're going to talk about the accelerators to scaling your business. What are 3 reasons that you even want to scale your business? Like, let's set an intention right now. Like, what are 3 reasons that you want to scale your business? We'll take about 2 minutes and write that, guys, all right? Can somebody from my team grab some pens and just see if anybody needs one? I need a pen up front for Judy. Oh, she's good. She's got it. Okay. Think about time, lifestyle, relationships. How do you feel? Like, what are the reasons you want to scale? All right, about 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds, start to wrap it up. Hey. All right, now we're going to do another 2 minutes, and I want you to pair up with whoever's next to you, and just 60 seconds each. I want you guys to share. Like, what's the reason that you want to scale your business right now? All right, another 2 minutes, guys. Second person should be sharing. If the second person hasn't shared, second person should be sharing. Oh. All right, start to wrap it up. 10 more seconds. All right, so again, what was rule number 2? What was rule number 2? Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap 3 times if you want some swag for Legacy Decks. All right, good deal. So, who wants to share? What are you guys getting from this? Again, you win swag by sharing. So, Scott, stand up, man. And again, entrepreneuring, scaling your business is the same whether you work inside of somebody's company or you work for yourself. So, Scott.
Scott Sheffield, Fortress Building Products. My 3 were time with family / be a better father. Then I put stability and availability in life, which is everything I'm surrounded with, the people I'm in my circle, out of my circle, everyone around me, just be available and be stable, somebody they can count on.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put to pour into others.
Pour into others. So what's it look like to be a better father, like specifically?
To be there when my kids need me and be not just in the room with them, but be there mentally.
Ooh.
To be able to connect, to participate in what's going on, be here now.
Yeah.
You know,
you're doing that now, raising your awareness.
It's pretty cool. I have my journal that I write in something to my kids every night, and I read it to them before they go to bed.
Yeah.
It's been.
How long have you been doing that?
2 months.
So what are you going to do with that journal?
We keep it.
Okay.
And when that's empty, so first we went on Amazon. I let them each pick the journal in it, and when we finish that one, we'll get another one, and just something they can hold on to forever.
Right. So something they can take with them, and words of encouragement, affirmation, like that's awesome.
What I admire about them, what I appreciate them, what I see in their future.
How cool would that be? How old are your kids?
12, 10, and 5.
12, 10, and 5. So, I mean, you got like 13, 14 years of writing in your 5-year-old's journal, right? Like he's going to see he's going to see an evolution of dad that most of us never get to experience, right? Because we don't remember that stuff. Right. But how, like, raising your awareness to where you are that intentional. Like, I want to scale my business so that I can be the dad that I know I'm called to be. So I can be aware. That's beautiful, man. I appreciate it. All right, what do you want? I got a shirt, water bottle. We got somebody way in the back. Frank, I'm going to try to hit you, man. Boom. Look at that.
Thank
Who you are, or yeah, name and company.
Okay, Frank Polagrudo, owner of Dex and More out of Smyrna, Georgia. I guess, like, guys, I've ran my business wrong for the first 15 years. I was running around like a chicken with its head cut off. I didn't know my butt from a hole in the ground. And finally, I had to come to an awakening. And some of you know me. I was a little bit heavier back in the day. And let me tell you a quick little story. I had a 100-pound German Shepherd used to sleep by the bed. And it was 300 pounds. I snored so bad.
Wait. You were how much?
About 300 pounds.
And what are you now?
185.
Woo! Give me a hand. Wait. 2 clap. Boom. All right.
And my dog woke up in the middle of the night, big 100-pound German Shepherd, come up on the bed and would pound me and say, "You're snoring too much."
The German Shepherd didn't want you snoring.
It's like you said, I had to change.
Yeah.
I had to change and make a difference, because I've got a daughter, I've got a family. I want to be around for him. I want to see him graduate and go to college and be successful. But I guess the three things that, take the time to step back and reflect, and then, figure out what's important, and then, spend more time with the family. And then the third thing is giving. I'm a big giver, and I've been able to make I think a positive impact over the years. Yeah. So it's like you said, it's like sometimes we get so inundated in a day-to-day business. Sometimes you got to take a step back and look at the bigger picture.
Right. Like, why are we doing it? That's beautiful, man. Good job. All right, 2 clap. Beautiful. Anybody else? All right, we're going to move on. So technically, the room is till 12:30, but they've told me I can stay till 2. So we'll stay as long as you guys want to, as long as you're having fun. But I'm not going to rush this thing. Is that okay with you guys? Is that okay? All right, cool. Good deal. So that was beautiful, you guys. I appreciate that so much. Like, that's why I'm here. That's what I do, right? Because I want more of that for other people in the room, because it's possible. Like, that's why we do what we do. Whether you're entrepreneur, that's why we do what we do. So again, I told you guys I started out just like you guys, building decks. I grew up my dad was a firefighter, but he also was a full-time contractor on the side. So I grew up riding shotgun with my dad. It's all I ever knew. In 2004-ish, Amy and I started a business. We were pretty much doing everything. We were cutting grass. We were building fences. We were, building a garage. Yeah, we were doing pressure treated decks, which we don't do that shit anymore. So, but I realized like I could make more money in a day than I could make in a week working for somebody else. And so I started down this path of like being a business owner. At least I thought I was a business owner, but then I realized I had to be this guy. I always had to put all these hats on, be the bookkeeper. Let's be honest, Amy was the bookkeeper the whole time, but it was hard. Like, business is hard. And that's kind of the place where I found myself at, running this cycle. You build the jobs, find the jobs, estimate the jobs, sell the jobs. And I know it was fun to see like where Mike was at, but the reality is while you're off building jobs, nobody is finding jobs, nobody's estimating jobs, nobody's selling jobs. So you have to figure out like how to do all of those things. And I found myself in a place where I wasn't sure how to estimate my jobs properly. I didn't know the numbers I should be paying attention to. I didn't know how much I should be marking up. I didn't know the difference of cost of goods or certificate of insurance. Like, what's the difference? Like, what am I supposed to be paying attention to here? There's so many things. And so trying to figure it all out, I find myself in this really crappy spot, which we find a lot of Academy members that I talk to are in this spot. Who's ever heard of the term robbing Peter to pay Paul? Robbing Peter to pay Paul. So essentially, now, I don't want you guys to raise your hands. Just kind of give me that look, but don't raise your hands here. Who's ever found themselves in a place where they can't finish the current job without selling the next job so they can take that customer's deposit to finish the last job? Again, don't raise your hands here. That's where I found myself at. Chasing the next job, maybe even starting the next job because I took this deposit and I have to start that job. But then I got to sell another job because I got to pay the lumber yard for the material. So they'll give me the material for this job because I spent that money. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. And this, I love this. I found this on there. The line between doing business and committing fraud is thinner than you think. Like literally spending other people's money on someone else's project because you did a bad job estimating. That's where I found myself at. I'm not going to call anybody out here, but I talked to a lot of guys and gals, and that's a scary place to be in, trying to figure out like how to make that work. And I'll share some stories later about some members that we've had that we've helped get out of that. So who remembers 2008, the crash of 2008? Who was affected by the crash of 2008? I was affected by it. My story is that my theory is that the crash was kind of caused by the banking industries lending money to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that could fog a mirror, including this guy. And I was in this place over here where I'm wearing all the hats like Mike. I'm trying to get over there to that guy that I know I'm capable of being, right? The guy that owns Legacy Decks, but I'm still over here doing all these things. And I can't figure out like how to get by. So the banks are lending money. I need money. Let's get some money. And so I started getting credit cards. I looked up my credit report from back then, or back when this was going on. And I think I had 5 credit cards, 2 or 3 lines of credit. And just, I was leveraged to the tilt, like all as much as I could possibly be leveraged, because they were giving money away like crazy. Like they were mortgaging houses at 125% of what their value were. Like it was just stupid crazy. And I think that's why the crash happened. And so this is where I found myself. I was in deep. And I don't care whether it's what your story is. If it's 10,000 is a lot for you. For me, Amy and I, we had hundreds of thousands of dollars of credit card debt, high interest credit card debt. We hadn't gotten to a point where we were doing like predatory amount like loans, but we were credit card debt. Tens of thousands of dollars a month in payments. And I literally, to prepare for this talk, I went back and looked at my credit report. And if you've ever pulled your credit report, it shows like the one I looked at, it was red and green for like pays. If you pay as agrees, it's like a green dot, right? And I had like years and years and years and years and years and years of pays as agrees. And I was trying to keep up with all the payments, but I was robbing Peter to pay Paul, chasing the next deposit. I'd come home at night, and Amy's looking at me to try to like figure out like how are we going to solve this problem. And most nights I just couldn't even look at her, right? I was disgusted with myself. I was depressed. I was disconnected from her. I started to kind of numb by drinking, which I shared that with you guys. I didn't know how to fix it. My daughter and son were 5 and 4 at the time. We didn't have the third child yet. And then at that point, I just didn't know what I was going to do. However, everybody looked at me and they thought I had the world like in my lap. Like I had the office. I had a downtown office in my town. I had trucks. I had a little bit of a team, not much of a team. I had a beautiful wife, 4,500 square foot house, which I couldn't afford. It was, from the outside looking in, everything looked amazing because I was pretending at a super high level. The reality was I was more like this guy where I was 33 years old, couldn't take the pressure of it anymore. And at 33 in 2010, so I'd managed to get through 2008, but all these credit card payments, February of 2010, if you look at my credit report, bam, that's when it happened. I found myself in a place where I had to file bankruptcy. So again, I'm trying to show you guys a picture of hope from this guy here. And so I'm being totally transparent with you guys. I've probably shared this with the sum total of less than 10 people in my life. Now we're live on Instagram sharing this, but 2010, I had to take my beautiful wife down to the courthouse. I literally remember doing this and go before a judge and explain to him why I couldn't afford to keep up with the payments of the money that I had borrowed that I said that I would pay back. Talk about like just the worst feeling in the world. I mean, this was 2017. We're talking, I'm sorry, 2010. What year is it now? 2023, right? I have like harbored that close to me with only close people to my life for this long because I was felt disgraced. I was ashamed. I was broke, literally broke. I was broken, right? Not just financially, but also emotionally. Because I was the guy that had it all figured out. I had the trucks, I had the house, I had the wife, I had the kids. Like I didn't have shit figured out. Like I was 33 years old. I might as well have been 13 years old running that business. And so here's the thing I'll tell you guys though. My story is not unique. And one thing that I've learned inside of doing what we do here at the Academy is that my story is not unique. Now, maybe your story about your business brokenness isn't financial. Maybe you figured that piece out, right? But maybe it's inside of your marriage. Like you're neglecting that at such a high level because of the business. Like, I'm doing this for us, babe. Maybe it's inside of your body. Like at that point in 2010, I was, I think about 162 pounds. I'm 6'3", and I was literally like withering away because I was so stressed out. I wasn't eating like I needed to. I wasn't training. Today I'm just about 200. I'm the heaviest I've ever been, which is, I still want to put some more on, but like I'm almost 200 pounds now, right? That's a lot of weight. Like I was able to put on. So some of you guys are carrying the weight, like not only emotionally but physically, and you need to drop it, right? So my story wasn't unique, and by being open about it, I was able to get to a place where I could figure out some new possibilities. So I want to share a story with you guys about a member that we're working with right now. I'm going to not disclose his information because it just doesn't matter who it is, because it's a lot of people out there. But current reality for him, he started his business in 2017. Okay, that's when I started Legacy Decks. Okay, so he's right here wearing all the hats in his business in 2017, and currently right now, when I just talked to him, this was just in the last couple of weeks, he's 10 weeks in to a job that he estimated would take 4 weeks. For some of you guys, you know what that means. You understand that, right? That means you're building a deck for free, right? You can't, painful, and you have no choice but to finish it, okay? On top of that, he only has $3,000 left to collect on that job. He's already taken a $15,000 deposit for the next job. That was a $30,000 job. Took a 50% deposit, $15,000, that's gone. So he's got $3,000 left to collect from this job, $15,000 that he's already spent on that job because he's been on it for 6 weeks longer than he had planned on being on it. Okay? How many know that would be a really just crappy spot to be in? Right? It gets worse. There's more. He's 6 months behind on his mortgage payment. I can't make this stuff up, guys. Just had this conversation a couple weeks ago. 6 months behind on his mortgage payment. On top of that, he handles the finances inside of his house. His wife has no idea. The week that I talked to him, he's in tears on the phone with me. The week that I talked to him, he had just came clean to his wife that they were 6 months behind on the mortgage and that they'd already started the foreclosure process on his house. Right? And for them, they didn't have any choice. He had made promises to the banks, to the customer, and he couldn't keep up with them. And so him and his wife actually decided that they're going to have to sell the house because it's the only asset that they have, and go rent something until they can recover from this. They've got a 10-year-old daughter. Again, he started his business in 2017. This isn't a new thing, right? But like I was hiding, he's hiding, and so many of us are hiding, right? And so I can relate with this guy, we'll just call him Joe, because I literally was in his shoes. Now, my house wasn't getting foreclosed on. I was able to keep up, but I had to go file bankruptcy, right? He could do that. He's not going to do that. He doesn't have the credit card debt and all that we had, but that doesn't matter. His story is no different than my story. He felt hunted. He felt alone. He felt scared, and he was just hiding. I mean, hiding from your wife, that's the person that you're supposed to be the most close to, share everything with. So such a level of shame and just disappointment. So, but here, again, I'm here to tell you guys a story of hope. So Joe was here just like Mike was up here on the stage. I'm going to show you guys how to take some steps to go over here and actually create a new reality inside of what's possible. And some of you guys have already created some success in a big way, right? And Scott said some success in a big way. But Scott's success now compared to 2-3 years ago, totally different. How much weight have you lost in the last 18 months? 80 pounds. He lost a 10-year-old child. I mean, seriously. He's journaling to his kids, all 3 of his kids, every night. His life is drastically different. Financial success is great, right? But what's the point in that if you can't actually enjoy the life? All right, so 2017, I started my business. Joe started his business. I'm over here. Joe's still over here having to deal with that. And so where I found myself, I'm going to share with you guys a thing I call the code. So in 2017, I found myself in a room just like this because I hadn't really figured a ton of great stuff out yet. But I did figure out that I had to get around some new people, figure some different things out. If you want to change your mindset, you got to change your mindset, right? You got to learn what you don't know. And so I actually went to access all wealth and knowledge, and I went to Facebook, and this guy showed up on my Facebook feed, like maybe you've seen me on your Facebook feed, and he was speaking right to me. He's like, are you that guy that is basically robbing Peter to pay Paul, disconnected from your wife, disconnected from your kids, overweight? Like, he was speaking directly to me, right? And so I went down the rabbit hole of his Facebook, ended up in a room just like this. So congratulations to you guys for being in the room. And he told me the key to everything, and I'm sure you guys the key, is the code. And the code at its simplest form, I'm going to share this with you guys, is stop lying, if that's how you spell lying. Tell the truth. Thing's going to fall off the stage again. Stop lying and tell the truth. It's not just stop lying, notice, right? Because Joe was not lying to his wife, was he? And kind of was. Like, the lies of omission are just as bad as lies of commission, right? A lie of omission is like you just don't tell them. You don't tell your wife you're going to the bar every night and drinking yourself to stupor, right? So it's stop lying and tell the truth. Okay, so if you get nothing else out of today, like, just do that. Whether it's with somebody in your sphere, whether it's somebody, I don't know who, find someone, come talk to me, whatever. Like, find someone and just stop lying to yourself. Stop hiding, start telling the truth. Does everybody agree that's stop lying, tell the truth? All right, that's the code, guys. So put that in your book, don't put that in your book, it doesn't matter either way. So, all right, so fast forward, right? So here I am, I'm Mike, I'm wearing all the hats, just filed bankruptcy, I'm tired, I'm broken, I'm disgraced, like I'm still kind of hiding, right? Because I hid for 13 years that I was, filed bankruptcy in 2010. Like, who wants to wave that banner, right? So over here, now I own Legacy Decks, $4.5 million, 21 people on the team. I keep up with my business by social media. Like, there's got to be some steps to get there from here, and that's what we're going to go over today. So why does any of that matter? It matters because the money's important, yes, but if you don't have more purpose like Scott has, like Frank has, like Frank, I know Frank gives super generously to his community. Like, that's really why it matters. It matters so that you guys can actually come to Clearwater, Florida, not have to drive here because you can fly here because you have the money to do it, and not just stay for the 2 or 3 days that NADRA has blocked out, but stay the entire week and go to Disney World with your family, and not be on your cell phone the whole time, checking social media, not checking social media. You can't do that. You got to check your emails. You got to answer your phones. You got to send estimates out. Who's heard my wingding story about sending estimates out? All right, I'm not going to share that today, but like, you've got to get this. Who's got estimates that are piling up right now that they got to get out, right? John, you need to raise your hand. I know you do. Who's lying to me right now? Stop lying and tell the truth. That's why it matters. It matters so that you can work out at 1:30 in the afternoon instead of having to get up at 4, so you can work out before you get to now, maybe you like getting up at 4. I like getting up at 4 personally, but I also like the ability that I can just go work out at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's why it matters. So I'm going to teach you guys some stuff today, and we're going to get into it. But for me, why it really matters, and I'm going to connect this with me just because I don't know all of your stories, but it matters because this is my daughter and my son and my family. It matters because my daughters and my daughter and my son's college educations are funded in a way that they were never funded before. It matters because I didn't miss all those freaking basketball games. Like, usually they start at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, if you're working a job, it's hard to get there. I made all the basketball games. I was the dad at the pumpkin patch with all the moms on field trip day. Usually I'm the only dad at the field trips. My son gets bummed when the teacher doesn't pick me because you can only go on so many. And so, like, I didn't get picked for the last field trip. He was literally in tears at home about that. It means Saturdays are Waffle House with Dad. Like, that's just a ritual. That's what we do. That's what we did for years. Waffle House, and then we go to Lowe's and do the build and grow and build the birdhouses and the race cars, and they get the little patches, and like, that's what Saturday means. It matters because of that. It matters because I had the time, and I take the time to date my daughter. I take her to this painting place and drinking, but that she was not old enough to drink. So I'm up here. I'm doing a college campus tour at College of Charleston, where she goes to college right now. That's why it matters. The money's great and all, guys. Same thing here. Fishing trip with my son. First tattoo. My daughter turned 18, and obviously it's hard to tell her she can't get fucking tattoos, but you know. So, facials, whatever we got going on there. Thursday mornings is Donut Thursday. I don't know why. I just named it Donut Thursday. So literally every Thursday is Donut Thursday. My 10-year-old does not let me forget that. We go to get donuts before we go to school. Donut Thursday. That's why it matters. Because I don't have to be at the office at 7 a.m. to get my teams going. I don't have to order the material. I don't have to do the designs. And if you want to do those things, that's great. But pick the thing that you want to do. Dave, I know you probably love to just design the hell out of some decks. I designed award-winning decks. I'm going to have 50 awards, right? Do that because you want to, not because you have to, right? And of course, my wife. And you guys are going to hear from her later, but she's really the brains behind the whole operation. I just kind of do what she says, and it works most of the time. And she's a super smart, elite in systems, in numbers, in building business. Like if you guys work with us at the academy, who works with us right now at the academy that knows that Amy knows her stuff, right? She's elite at that. What's that? Oh, 2 clap, boom. 2 clap. That was terrible. Start over. 2 clap. All right, good deal. Love you, babe. It means we get to travel, vacation, date. It means we get to do what we want to do. And yes, we like to do business, so we do business. We do early business, we do late business, we do business on vacation. Like, if you like to do that, that's totally fine. That's what we do. We started Legacy Decks. I feel like I am actually back in the grind right now because Legacy Decks and Outdoor Living has a team. Legacy Decks Academy basically is Amy and I and our assistant Christy, and that's it because we're in startup mode right now. So I'm back to hustling. So I kind of feel like I have a little bit of a job, right? It matters because I can spend the time building me. Right? Physically, mentally, emotionally, I get to spend the time building me. I'm 45 years old this year. I'm in the best shape. I feel the best about myself because I invest in me first. The businessman, woman, before the business plan. I'm spending a lot of time on this. We're going to dig into the numbers, I promise. And additionally, I get to do this. Like you guys saw that video. It's not a boot camp. It's not like, Navy SEALs. It's true personal development at its core, and I get to do that. I get to hang out with cool dudes that believe they're capable of more, that know that there's a decision that they've been putting off. And some of you will have to make a decision here at this weekend. Like there's going to be a decision you're going to make to change something inside of your business, and you need to make that decision, and you've been sitting on it. Some of you were in this room last year. Some of you I talked to after this event and invited you in to be a part of what we were doing at the academy. And I don't fault anybody for not participating. But I'll challenge you that what's changed from 12 months ago to now. And we're going to share some stories later about some wins with some of the people who were early adopters with us. And it's going to blow your mind. And you guys know some of these people, and it's been amazing to see, and we'll get into that. But that's really ultimately one of the main things why I'm so excited about what we get to do. So, because we get to help you guys create more time and more money. And that's really what it's all about. So where are we going next? So everybody ready to roll up their sleeves? Yes? No? No? Okay. You guys need to wake up a minute? All right. Everybody up on your feet, on your feet, on your feet, on your feet. Grab 5 high 10s from around you. High 10s, high 10s, high 10s. Grab high 10s, 5 high 10s. Wake up, wake up. Let's go. Time to roll up our sleeves. Story time is over. Story time is over. All right. Grab your seat, grab your seat. It's not break time yet. If you got to go to the bathroom, go. You're grown-ass people. Just go when you got to go. But I will give you a break when you need it, when we have that time. All right, so listen. I'm gonna burn through some tactical stuff right now that's going to set the foundation for the rest of the day, okay? And I'm running a little bit long right now, but this matters. I'm going to go quick through this stuff. Don't get too hung up on it because we're going to come back and revisit it with a couple more talks, all right? But we've got to find out where you guys are at first before we can figure out where we're going to go, okay? So inside of this, you've got a model in front of you, and that's the accelerator scaling model that we're going to talk about. And so essentially, the first thing inside of it, which is in the middle there, is like the idea of scaling for me The idea of scaling for me is two things. It's more time and it's more money. Because with both of those things, you can basically create whatever you want, whatever reality you want. So inside of that, we know that there is 4 key pillars to creating more time and more money. So I'm going to share the 4 pillars with you guys. And then I'm going to expand upon that. And then I'm going to have you rate yourself inside of it. So the highlighters are there for a purpose, and it's all going to make sense in a minute here. But the first thing inside of scaling a business, and these are in order because they matter, okay? The first thing inside of scaling a business is you've got to have a plan. You've got to have a plan, right? You've got to have what? Got to have a plan, okay? The 2 most important factors inside of having a plan for us, and you guys can write in your books too. You'll want to write in your books. Why you're not writing in your books? Why don't you write plan, Manny? All right. Inside of plan, there's 2 key things. Now, there's a lot of things inside of plan, but the 2 key things are you got to have a vision, okay? What is vision? What does vision mean to you guys? Somebody give me an idea what vision is. Stand up.
Okay.
Who are you?
I am Gord. I have a company called Wood Bully, and we build decks and we make videos. For me, vision is just foresight. It's the ability to see things 10 steps ahead to make sure that we're not paying for our mistakes in the future.
Yeah,
and that could be in the business or in the actual field.
You're a master at vision. We keep talking over each other because Gordon is no shortage of words. So this happens in our meetings a lot of times.
I talk over people. See, that's what I do, especially when I have caffeine in my system. I'm self-aware.
Right.
It's an issue that I choose not to work on.
It's all right. Gordon is a master visionary. No 2 clap for you yet. Gordon is a master visionary, but I have been very impressed since he started working with us at the academy at his ability to execute. Like we met in Vegas at IBS and laid out a whole plan, and we followed back up the following month, and the amount of stuff that he got done, I was expecting it to be way less, but like he executes. So having vision and execution, which is the next piece we're going to look at, but we're not going to look at it yet. So 2 clap. Thanks, Gordon. So vision, I want to have you rate yourself inside of vision. So how much vision do you have for the company? So vision is going to be like, do you have a goal for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years down the road? Yes or no? Do you have a actual written down purpose for your company? And so inside of vision, when you think about your vision for the company, you're going to rate yourself either red, yellow, or green. Green is, I absolutely have a vision. It's written down. It's communicated to my team, and we revisit it every quarter so everybody's clear on the vision. So if your vision is that clear, you're going to highlight that whole box in green. If your vision is not that clear, but you kind of got an idea where you're going, you can rate yourself from there. You're either going to be yellow or red. If you have no idea, like we're just trying to get through next month, then you're red. Or if you don't have it written down, you don't communicate it to your team, you don't really have an idea where you're going to be in 10 years, then you're going to be red. So everybody do that. Real quick. Everybody got the rating? All right, next inside of that, we're trying to heat map. If you ever heard of heat map, we're going to heat map your whole business just to kind of see where you guys are at. Next step is execution. So inside of execution, like I just talked about with Gordon, he's got vision and he's got execution. He's getting things done. The reason he's getting things done is because he has a clear plan. So what does it look like to have a green, if you want to look at it from heat map, a green execution inside of your plan means that you have clear numbers that you're tracking on a weekly basis that are going to get you to your 90-day target, your 1-year target, your 3-year target, and ultimately your big vision inside of the company. So how clear are you inside of the execution piece? Like you have a plan for this quarter of like 3 to 5 things that are the most important things you're going to do this quarter. If you have that, then you're definitely green. If you don't have that, you're going to be in the yellow or red category. So go ahead and rate yourselves inside of that. Again, this is foundational stuff. We're going to burn through this, do some shares, take a break, and then we're going to move on to the tactical. Everybody got their colors on? All right, the next thing, after you've got a plan, the next most important thing is we've got to know what numbers matter. So numbers inside of your business, there's 2 main categories of numbers that we track in the business, right? We've got company-related numbers. So what are some company-related numbers? Numbers that you want to track for the company? Revenue, profit. What else did I hear? Appointments ran, that's a company number for sure. Huh? Taxes. Number of sales. Okay, so how clear are you on the company numbers that you have? And you're going to rate yourself again. If you are tracking like your net profit, you know your gross profit, you've got your overhead down, you know the percentage of revenue that comes in from change orders. We get 10% of our revenue is from change orders. You heard my numbers earlier. That's almost $500,000 that comes in change orders. Are you utilizing, do you know that number so that you can plan or project for next year? That's a company number you should know. So where are you at inside of that? Red, yellow, green. Do you know your cost per lead, your cost per acquisition, the lifetime value of a customer? If you know these things, you're going to be in that green category. Okay, rate yourselves inside of that. We're going to move right on. And again, this applies whether you're an entrepreneur or entrepreneur. Like these things they transcend that completely. Next thing is job numbers. Inside of job numbers, what are some job numbers? Gross profit could be, sure, yep. What are some job numbers that we should know? Overhead's kind of a company number. That's like, do you charge over? When I'm talking job numbers, like when you do an estimate for a job, materials, labor, thank you. What else? Those aren't overhead. Overhead is your office manager, your computers, what else? Okay, I was hoping you were going to say cost of goods, but yeah, cost of goods, I'll give you that. How quickly you complete jobs. Like do you know how long it takes for, like we have it broken down to like per man, how many square feet of deck do they build per day, right? Now they don't literally build a whole square foot of deck, but I take an average of the deck. I know if I've got a 3-man crew, they can build 54 square feet per guy per week, I think. So that's 160, I'm not good at math, guys. So anyways, do you know those numbers, right? So inside of job numbers, rate yourself on that. Do you know your markup? Nobody said markup. Like we got cost of goods, we got labor and materials. Did you say markup? Sure, yes. Markup does cover overhead, but overhead's a company number. So yes, you're right. Yeah. It's a mix. It's a mix for you. It's a gray area. How many people have a lot of gray areas in their numbers? How many people don't want to admit they have a lot of gray areas in their numbers? How many people want to come on stage and talk about their numbers? No. Okay, so after we have a plan and we know the numbers that we should be tracking, then we've got to have some systems in place, right? Because systems replace people, right? So if you have better systems in place, you need less people to do the things. So what are some of the systems that we need to have in place? What are like 2 primary systems in your business? Categories, if you want to call them that. I'll just give them to you because we don't have time. Sales. You've got to have some systems around sales. How do we get jobs? What are some sales numbers? Not numbers, I'm sorry. What are some sales systems? Excuse me. CRM could fall in there, yep. Salesforce is a specific one, yep. You like to say no? That's your sales system? I just tell people no. Gordon's sales system, he tells people no. So do you have a sales process? Do you have a sales process that like the call comes in and then we do? That's a system. Is it documented? Is it printed in a visual form that you share with your customer? Like, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Customer, this is the process we're going to walk you through. Right now we're at this phase, then we're going to move to this phase, then we're going to move to this phase. If you have something like that documented, like your systems and processes, if they're not documented, you're not green, okay? So I'll just give you a hint there. So inside of sales, do you have your sales systems in place? Do you have a marketing plan? Marketing is going to fall inside of sales systems. So rate yourselves inside of that, green, yellow, red. What's that? There's no gray highlighter if you need a gray highlighter. If you need a gray highlighter, you are in the right room. All right, next one is after we sell jobs, we've got to produce the jobs, right? So the next number, instead of production numbers, what are some production numbers that you, or not numbers, I keep saying numbers, sorry guys. What are some production systems that you should have in place? Project management process, yep. Maybe a project management software, job tread. Yeah. Back to your sales system. Do you have an outsourced marketing company? Deck builder marketers. Do you have a build process? Do you have a building manual for your guys? Some of the members that we work with, We share our manual with them. Now, you don't have to use our manual. You might build things differently, but do you have an actual documented manual so that a legacy deck built today in Greenville, South Carolina is the same legacy deck that's built 40 miles away at Lake Kiwi by a different builder that works on our team? Do you have it documented? That's a production process. If you have those things, then you're going to be green. If you don't have those things, then the process and the system, most of our processes and systems are where? In our head. And you all have systems and processes. They just may not be very good, right? Your system for selling might be, I do everything. That's the system. Warranty process. Do you have a warranty process? Exactly. How do you handle warranties? Do you track that or not? All right, great. What's that? Yeah. Somebody get Gordon a microphone. I'm going to let you hold the catch box, okay? You just keep that. When I miss something, you fill in for me. All right, next. So we've got a plan. We know the numbers we should be tracking. After we do that, we get systems in place. The next step is we're going to build a team. We're going to build a team. Most of us start off with like, I got to hire more people. But if you throw more people into chaos, what does that create? More chaos, right? So you've got to have a plan so that they know that they're going in a certain direction. You've got to know the numbers that you can track so you can hold them accountable. And you got to have a system for them to follow. Once you do that, then you can start building a team. So inside of team, the two main drivers inside of team are attracting a team of top performers. We're going to talk about top performers because you can attract all kinds of people. We want to attract the right people. So inside of attracting a team, do you have a way to promote the jobs that you have? Do you have a process for interviewing people? Do you have a clear path for them? Do you have an accountability chart that shows roles and responsibilities so that when they come in, so when you put a job posting out, how attractive is it to people that are out there? So rate yourself inside of that, green, yellow, or red. Who's ready to go back to story time? Because this is, yeah. All right, after you attract them, what do we have to do with them? Train them, sure, but we want to keep them, right? So we got to retain them. So how well are you retaining your people? Okay, so retaining, how do you retain people? What's some things that help retain people? Training helps retain people, so do you have a training process? Culture, beautiful, thank you. Frank? Empower them. What's that? Pay them. You got to pay them well. That's right. That's right. Do you have a compensation plan? Do you mentor them? Do you guide them? Do you recognize and reward them? Right? People will do more for recognition than they will for a paycheck. I promise you. Is Jason Barney here? Okay, so Jason said this to me before. He's like, I could probably offer your people double what you pay them to come work for Dock and Deck, and they wouldn't come. And he's right, I hope. Well, number one, they'd have to move. Number two, they don't know what they're going to get there. Like, people will do more for recognition and culture and mentorship and guiding than they will do for money. Jason's literally told me that. So rate yourself inside of that, green, yellow, red. Hopefully I don't see a lot of red in the front rows, but that's okay. Not all of you are currently working with us. Kevin. John Lee, I saw your kids roaming around like they were on the place yesterday. I was like, look at those guys getting so big. Right. All right, fantastic. Everybody got that done? Okay, I'm going to go in and open up your book. Well, you already got it open there. So on that same page, I want you guys to take, I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes now. Based on the colors that you see there and somewhat of just how you feel, I want you to answer the question, how scalable is your business right now? Based on plan, numbers, systems, and team, how scalable is your business? How much money and time can you personally create with the current state inside of your business? So how scalable is your business? And then the next one is, what are 3 actions that you know right now, just based on what I've shared so far, that you know that you need to take? All right, we'll get some music there, and we'll give you guys 3 minutes on that. All right, if you get done with that, I want you to move on to that last question, which is, what's the COI? And I'm not talking about certificate of insurance. I'm talking about the cost of inaction. If you do nothing with what you're learning today, what's the cost of inaction? Dave. Les? What size shirt are you? All right, start to wrap it up, guys. Anybody need more time? Raise your hand if you need more time. Okay, fantastic. All right, so now I want you to get on your feet, and you're going to find yourself somewhere in the room, I don't care where, in a pack of 4 different people that you've been talking to. So find yourself in a pack of 4 people, and you're going to go through this what you just shared. So bring your workbooks with you. 4 people. And you're sharing for like 90 seconds each. So I'm going to give you guys 6 minutes on this, okay? Chris. Music? Music? First person sharing for 90 seconds. Second person should be sharing. Second person should be sharing. All right, third person sharing. If you haven't switched to the third person should be sharing right now. How's it going, cameraman? So, all right, last person should be sharing. Last person should be sharing. All right, 15 seconds. Start to wrap it up. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Now, all right, we did the 2 clap boom. Now you hug it up, hug it up, hug it up, hug it up. Everybody hug it up, hug it up, hug it up. Hug it up. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. All right, find your seats. Find your seats. We're going to take a break in just a minute. So, all right. So now we know where we're at. Not only do we know where we're at, but we have some action items, right? Some things that we could actually start to implement, and we know the cost, and ultimately, like our fearless leader Mike Beaudry shared in the back, like ultimately the main cost is just failure. Like we wouldn't be here if we weren't committed to results and committed to success. If you work with us at the academy, like you'll hear me over and over again. I don't care about anything except for like the results that you get. Like it's great if you learn some stuff, but like how are you executing and what are the actual results that you are getting? Because if we just go home and we feel good about this whole thing, like it doesn't matter. What are the actual results? I'm going to share some cool results with you later that I literally get text messages all the time from academy members that are doing the things that we're teaching and then they're getting results. And it's almost like they're like, oh my gosh, it worked. No kidding, man. Like it didn't just, like we do these things. That's why it works, right? And there's a lot of coaches out there, right? If you want, I don't really want to fall in that category of coach, but like there's a lot of people out there that can tell you how to do stuff. The thing that I value, that I'm proud of, I should say, is like we are actively doing what you guys are doing every single day at Legacy Decks and Outdoor Living. So I'm not just talking from theory. Like I literally can take a process that we have on how we do our sales process, and I'm going to share this later with 2 of our academy members having success, and we just show you how to do it. Make it your own, but like we don't have to start from scratch. I couldn't really help a plumber figure out a sales process because it's gonna be totally different. Sure, I could figure it out, but I'm not gonna have it to just give them. All right, so who wants to share? What are you taking away from all this? Like, what are the actions? What's the cost of inaction? Who's gonna share? I got hats, I got water bottles, I got journals, I got books. I'm trying to bribe you guys. Let's go. We got Bruce. Stand up. Who are
Bruce Verblau from NJ Decks and Railings. So we're doing the hard work now to make our business scalable, but it's not quite there yet. But we're working hard with Chris and Amy. The actions, we're waiting for our final leave behind coming from the printer to have a great sales leave behind. Number 2, I need to learn how to empower and grow the production team. And number 3, I need to give more recognition for jobs well done on a daily basis, on the little things, not just wait for that big thing that you're like, wow, that was great. You need those little
sure
tidbits every day.
So again, thinking about this idea of results, like what are some practical things you could do to start recognizing people?
So just keep an eye out and try and stay alert. And recognize when something's done at the end of the day that you didn't have to do yourself.
Okay, it's still very generic. What can you do to recognize it? And I'm picking on Bruce because I can, but like, what are some things that you could practically do to recognize your team? Everybody help out. Like, what are some things you could practically do? Frank? Taking the guys to lunch. Uh-huh. Frank's got 2 rules. Take care of the client, make it look pretty.
And like I said, I'm just amazed. I'm simply amazed. I was talking to another deck contractor last night. Where we were 20 years ago, building these $4,000 or $8,000 little square little box things.
Right.
These whole outdoor living spaces, the pools, the outdoor kitchens.
Right.
But it's like you said, it's another little thing I did. I'll share with you. We're getting a lot of rain in Atlanta. So we got new jackets for the guys.
Okay, that's practical. That's what I'm looking for. So we got take the guys to lunch from Frank, and we got buy the guys rain jackets. Like I've done that as well.
Quarterly meetings.
Quarterly meetings. Like do something fun with your team. Gordon sends them memes, right? How about a paid day off? Like, hey, you've been doing a killer job. Why don't you take Friday off? And I'm going to pay you still. Give it to Andy behind you there, Bruce. Stand up.
Oh, yep. Andy, in-house decks. 2 years ago, I got 2 trailers for both my lead guys. I posted those, so maybe you guys saw those. But that was pretty meaningful for him. I think he went to the restroom.
Yeah, so he got his guys' trailers and then had them lettered up with his branding and then had the guys' signatures put on there, right? Like Master Deck Builder, whatever they are.
Yeah, like the one was award-winning deck builder. Yeah. He's the one that built the guitar deck. So, and then Billy, I put Master Carpenter on there, and and it just personalized it for them. It's their trailer. They hold the titles to them. That's their personal trailer. I mean, it's got all the work they've done on it. So
yeah, beautiful. Yeah. 2 clap. So again, results, practical. So Bruce said the first thing, if you didn't catch it, like he's in the process of printing his sales process in a visual aid to put into his sales literature that he leaves behind with his customers. So he literally creates the expectation for the customer. We do this with our team. Our our close timeline was getting to be extended. So we started setting expectations on our sales process. It's 6 steps. Step number 1, Mr. and Mrs. Customer, is this. It's going to take 3 days. Step number 2 is this. It's going to take 4 days. Then you're going to come to the showroom. By week 2, we're going to be here, blah, blah, blah. So our sales process is about 3 weeks right now. That's our target. It was like 6+ weeks. Some of you that may be short, some of you that may be long, I don't care. But Bruce is getting that printed up, so that's practical. Recognition-wise, you just got some examples. So who else wants to share?
Kevin Choquette from Raven Builders. So I have we're not very scalable in the current model that we've been in for the last couple of years. We're actually this year, we're on track to exceed what I thought was our maximum available revenue from what we're doing right now by about 60%. So we're going way over what we thought we could do with a single crew, which is fantastic, but I know there's a ceiling there. So some things that we're going to be doing is we're working on like a secondary model, kind of like diversifying the business to create different forms of revenue than we had originally planned. So we're looking back at kind of getting creative. I'm definitely an action where we need to take is working on our SEO, our organic reach, getting away from some of the paid advertisement and just kind of building on our organic footprint. And then we're also, a big thing that I'm into is like impacting the industry. So I feel that that ways to do that are through partnerships, through relationships. And that's what I've been working on a lot this year, is just kind of building our footprint with manufacturers, with organizations like NADRA, and with people like Chris, and really just kind of building our reach in the industry in order to make an impact.
Okay. What was the third one?
That was number 3.
Okay. So give me 3 very clear, specific outcomes. Not all the fluffy stuff on top. 3 results, 3 actions you're going to take.
All right. So we are creating a budget model
Okay.
so we can reach another client that can't afford our big, giant, custom, crazy builds.
Beautiful.
Right. We are taking some of our budget for our marketing, and we are applying it into our long forecast marketing model, which will be more organic based.
Okay.
So we're changing our marketing spend, and then we are here to get meetings. So if you're a manufacturer and you want to talk about impacting the industry, get with me because we're having meetings all weekend. So I'm available.
All right.
You can find, yeah.
Beautiful. All right. 2 clap. Who has something they want to share inside of the cost of inaction? Manny? All right. I got to get some of the back row people coming up here. So
Manny Fisher with Walnut Hollow Construction. So some of the negatives that I thought, well, I have kind of the same things written down that Bruce said, and that's
Coincidence?
leave behinds, sales folders. So just some of the costs of inaction and and not recognizing employees as a negative culture, that could and job site morale. That's what I wrote down. So
and you've been adding
poor
team
workmanship.
members. You've been adding team members since we started, so that's
Yes,
important
I
to have
have,
your culture dialed in.
Yep. So
Beautiful. 2 clap. All right, just no. I want you to take it, just chunk it any way that way. Whoever catches it has to talk.
Throw it that way now?
Yeah, go. Let's go. You can't avoid it. Oh, who's paying attention? All right, throw it back, Sam. Throw it in there. Somebody's going to get it. Somebody pick that thing up. Come on, you can't avoid it. What are you getting from all this? We spent like an hour and a half now. Yeah, you do. I need the mic for you. So throw him the mic.
All right, Mark Gailey from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm in a transition in my business, and the cost of inaction for me is continued misery.
Ooh, what is misery for you right now?
That guy in the video and Mike up on the stage. So that's it. I've been self-employed for over 30 years and in a big transition, and just don't want to do it that way anymore. So I'm probably a really good candidate for the academy.
Yeah, beautiful. So 30 years.
30 plus years.
Wearing all the hats.
Yes, sir.
Have you taken any of the hats off?
No, I keep having to put them back on because I don't have my good systems in place.
And if nothing changes between now and NADRA Summit next year,
no, it's going to change.
Okay, it's going to change.
Yeah.
All right, beautiful.
Yeah,
2 clap. All right. It came back to you. It wants you to talk.
Gary Kaufman, work for
Stand
Digger.
up.
Gary Kaufman, I work
Thanks.
for Digger Specialties. We do railing stuff, manufacturer. For us, in action would just be we're growing, but there's some things we can do to help contractors. So that's what that's the things I'm looking at, working with my boss, who is the director of sales and marketing. How can we reach out to the contractors and get better tools for them? We do training videos, but maybe something even more than that.
Okay.
It's more physical.
Did you have like any specific actions that you put down?
Yeah, just in fact, I just texted my boss.
Beautiful results.
Something I would, we've talked about before, but because we don't have it on paper, it's not happened.
Right.
Would be like a contractor training certified installer.
Okay.
As product manager, I get calls coming in from homeowners, contractors, other things like that, and I get asked sometimes, who handles Westbury in the area? Who's a good contractor? And I'm like, I don't know, because we don't have a program.
Because we haven't certified anybody.
Yeah.
And it covers recognition too, right?
Right,
Because your
exactly.
contractor wants to be a certified.
Yes, and part of the program would be then putting them on our website.
Right.
Certified contractors, you put in your zip code. Here's who's in your area that has handled this.
And did you guys catch what he said? He said, we don't have it documented, right? So it's fine to have a process and a system, but if you don't have it documented, it ends at whoever's in charge of it, right? And if they leave, you can't put somebody else back in that spot. So
right.
Beautiful. 2 clap. All right, one more. Just toss it. Just toss it.
Oh, here we go. Coming your way.
Oh, geez. Riley, another man who's not short of any words.
Riley Fisher with.
Love those shorts.
Cost of inaction for us would be retaining employees. I think one of the big ones would be we need more opportunity for professional development within our organization, and we don't. If we have a bunch of rock stars killing it for a couple of years, and then there's nowhere else for them to go beyond continuing to do what they're doing, then they might leave.
Sure. So having a clear path for them. Yeah. And some way to mentor and guide them. We're going to talk about that later. So beautiful. 2 clap. Beautiful. All right. So we covered a lot of stuff already, and we're doing good on time. I've got some bad news that I'm going to share with you guys, and it's going to impact our break session here. So I'm going to have you guys back at 10:30. Okay. That gives you like 12 minutes. I'm going to set the timer now. I can only set it I don't know how to set it for 12. So 12 minutes back here at 10:30. The problem is apparently both the bathrooms down here that have like a dozen stalls are out of order right now. So you can go down by the elevators and there's like 2 single stalls, or you can just go back to your room real quick, hit it, come back. We're back at 10:30 and we're going, and Amy's going to dive deep into the numbers piece, guys. You're not going to want to miss it. So come on back. 10:30 in your seats. What time are we going to be in our seats? All right. This one. Right now, I mean, Chris. All right, guys, we're getting ready to ramp back up. Find your seats, find your seats. All right, 60 seconds, 60 seconds. I need a social media content manager for the academy. I need someone to answer all the stuff that's coming through right now. Check. All right, find your seats, guys. Find your seats. We're getting back at it. Time to sit down. We lost like half the room. Well, yeah, half the room went to breakfast or something. I guess it wasn't that good. Oh, waiting for the elevators? All right, all right. Well, let's, hey. Let's take a couple more shares while we're waiting on people to come back in. Who is going to be my next sharer? Looking right at that guy. He's like, I'm not looking at you. Not making eye contact. All right, Dave Frazier's going to share. Chris, you turn it on. I don't know. What are you getting from all this? Like what?
All right, Dave Fraser, Fraser Decks and Patio Covers. So in our little breakout.
Hey, clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap 3 times if you can't wait to hear what Dave Frazier's going to drop on.
All right, so in our little breakout session with 4 of us, a few of us had way too much red, and one guy had a lot of green, and we were confused, and he said his chart had a lot of red a year ago, and he joined up, and now his chart is mostly green, and that was really encouraging to see because our company does well, but I'm very disorganized. I'm that guy whose backpack at school was trashed, and my office is a mess, and my business is run that same way. And we get to build cool stuff, but I am the one holding stuff back. And I don't know the numbers I need. I don't know the goals to set. I don't know what I should be doing. And so seeing that it is something that can be done that fast is pretty encouraging.
What do you think is the most important piece of the 4 pillars that you, or how about this? What's the one you're most excited about tackling?
So figuring out what the numbers are.
Sure.
I just don't know what they're supposed to be.
Yeah, because you got a plan. You kind of got a plan, right? You've been at this for how long now?
Yeah, I mean, we make good money, but along 21 years.
21 years. Okay.
So,
time to get those numbers figured out.
But didn't start taking it seriously until about 6 years ago.
Right.
But I don't know. Yeah, so I make good money. There's money in the bank, but it doesn't mean I'm
Yeah.
doing it the right way.
You don't know if it's your money or the
Yeah,
customer's money
yeah.
or the profit or the whatever. Cool. Good deal. 2 clap. Water bottle. All right, there you go. All right, take one more. We got time for one more. Who wants something? I got a hat. I got a journal. I got a shirt. I got some books. Any takers? All right, Andy.
So Andy Clements with the Best Claim Solutions. With the huddle that we had, it was kind of interesting. There was one word that kept on being brought up throughout was vision and stagnation. And, they're so tied together. And I just thought that the stagnation thing, and that's where I'm running into major challenges, because I've been plugging away at this for so long and operating in a vacuum, and with lacking vision and just being completely stagnant. And one of the opportunities that also came up is just listening to our customers more to find opportunities that maybe we don't even realize, or ideas and thoughts. So I just feel compelled to share that with you guys. That's all I got. And I don't know if I even answered the question.
No, that's great. 2 clap. Toss it back to Zach back there. Zach, stand up for me, man. He's like, oh, crap. So I met Zach yesterday, but we've been social media friends for a while. I just bumped into him at the hotel bar there. So who are you? Where are you from? Business?
I'm Zach with Top Gun Decking and Home Improvement out of Virginia.
And this is your first time here, right?
This is my first time here. I just joined NADRA, I believe, in December or January.
Beautiful. Well, welcome to the tribe. Welcome to the family. What is that? What is that? No golf clap. 2 clap. All right. So what are you thinking so far? What are you taking away from this? What's hitting for you?
I thought I had a vision, and I thought my business was scalable, but I've learned in the past hour what scalable actually means, and we're not there. Just because we get a ton of calls and have a good reputation doesn't mean the business is scalable.
Right. Beautiful.
So I've taken that away.
How many people, that was kind of what they thought too? Like, I thought I knew where I was going, what I could do. No, just me, just Bruce up front. He's the only one that's telling the truth. So the rest of you are liars. So, all right, 2 clap. Beautiful. All right. So my favorite time of the day is right now, because I get to hear from the smartest, most beautiful, amazing, intelligent businesswoman I know. Who I get to access the wisdom in her on a daily basis. I'm getting smarter the longer that we're married. We've been married 22 years now. 22? This will be 22 years, right? I think, yeah. No. 2 clap. And she is going to share with you guys numbers, the numbers that drive success. And so we talked a little bit about it, but now we're going to give you like specifics on how to act, what numbers you need to be paying attention to. So Dave, there's a ton of numbers. We're going to dive into that, but I'm not going to share that with you. We're going to actually have Amy come up and share that with you. So I'm honored to be able to co-create with her. It doesn't work for everybody. It works for us. And so if your spouse is in your business, that's great. She's gonna blow you guys' minds. So I'm not gonna spend a whole lot more time. I've got a quick little video that I'll show you guys, and then we're gonna bring her up. So. All right, you can clap for her. No 2 clap. We didn't really talk about this next part. You going or am I going?
Oh yeah, we didn't plan this out.
No, we didn't plan
it's
this
good.
out.
It's
Be
good.
off
You
the
need
cuff.
a little
Whoops.
No, don't do mine.
Whoops. Are you ready?
Oh,
Sorry.
boy.
21 years.
Do I need to? I'm not gonna move. Everybody, turn your cell phones off. You're interrupting the frequencies.
You go see him. All right, we're gonna move on while she gets corrected. Actually, she's gonna get a handheld mic, so that's even better. All right, so before we move into the numbers, guys, though, we want to stop for a minute and pause because we want to celebrate some members. So last year we were here at this time. We shared with you guys what we were doing. We hadn't actually proven it yet outside of what we were doing with our business. got on the phone with some of you guys after this event and said, hey, do you want to come on this journey with us? And we had some early adopters that did join the journey with us. And so they are part of our inner circle. We've got some different levels inside of the academy we're going to talk to you guys about today, but they're part of our inner circle, which we just kind of landed on that name recently. So pretty cool. But so I want to bring to the stage Bruce and Judy and Manny. And Catherine, you're welcome to come, but you don't have to feel obligated to go. Okay. Catherine's coming. Okay. Catherine gets no choice. You're being voluntold.
They know that's like what I do.
We'll have you guys stand in the front right here. And so, like I said, these guys made a decision last year. And you guys will have the opportunity to make a decision today. Like in 12 months from now, where do you want to be? And again, we cut this off the cuff a little bit. So I'm going to give Amy the opportunity to share some of the wins that we've seen with Bruce and Judy and Manny.
Okay, so am I good?
Yeah.
Okay,
you're
cool.
good.
No static or anything. So like these guys up here are freaking amazing. So my passion is really coaching on the business side. Like Chris loves the personal development. You gentlemen who have gone through that all know. But my passion is really diving into these guys' businesses and the rest of you and just really tackling that. And they have grabbed a hold, totally open, totally honest, willing to do whatever, just diving into the trenches of working on their sales processes, project management software, getting their estimating right, getting their numbers right, charging the customers what they're worth, not what they think the customer would pay. There's a difference. We're going to talk about that. And just knowing their value. And I think that's probably the biggest thing is they have all learned to know your value, that you guys deserve more and better than where you were and to where you've come. And I'm like super proud of the work that you guys have put in. Totally. I mean, you know this, super proud. Like every day getting out there and building your businesses and listening to me boss you around. Catherine just said I was bossy. Yeah. They love it. Some of you who have worked with me know I like to play devil's advocate. I'm like, that's a great idea, but let's think about this. So I just appreciate the heck out of you guys. So thank you for all the work that you've done, all the support that you give each other.
So some of their story is going to come up inside of Amy's talk, so I don't want to give away all of that stuff, but these guys have had some major wins financially, relationally, just in all areas, physically, and Amy's going to share some of that. But because they've been with us for a year, we want to honor them, and the way that we honor them inside of the Academy is with, as they're weaponizing their business, that's a term I use, weaponize. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but you're going to weaponize your business, weaponize your body, like whatever that looks like. Sometimes you have to have the right tools or the right weapons for the job. And so, Bruce and Judy, you guys are going to share this, and it's not unwrapped, so I apologize. But there you go, for 1 year, and it's got an engraving on it that you can't read very well from there, but it says "Vivo a Codis," which is Latin for "we live by a code" or "I live by a code." And so they have adopted that at a high level and are getting results inside of their business. And Bruce, or Manny, and Catherine, you guys as well. So, all right. So we're gonna give them. I'm gonna give. No.
Yeah, don't take those as
So
carry-ons,
yeah,
guys.
those are sharp. They've got leather sheaths you can put on them. So just I'm gonna throw it to you guys for like just 2 minutes each if you want to just kind of share like even if you want to go into some wins and things, like what's going on for you guys.
Sure. So
Judy, you know you want to share.
They talk about appreciating us. You ought to see the other side of this, how much we appreciate you two guys. So,
all you've done.
Yeah, all that you've done for our company and turned us around. And been in business for 53 years. It was 52 last year, but we're still just in that contractor circle, and, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, or stealing from Peter to pay Paul. We're not doing that anymore. We won't ruin any more of that, but we are so happy to have you on board.
And then for me,
Two clap. Who did that?
and I guess for me, it's just changed me. as a person.
Yeah.
Just my confidence, the way I feel about myself.
So Judy showed up at her LDX, which she was in the first LDX, that video you guys saw in the beginning. And at the very beginning, it's a very intense setting, and we had 7 people that went through the experience at this particular moment. And I'm in Coach Chris mode, because there's Coach Chris, there's Speaker Chris, there's husband, there's a lot of Chris's. But so Coach Chris mode says I need a leader, and I'm in this frame with these guys, and Judy was literally the first person to stand up. We've got like our deck builder guys, people on my team, a bunch of dudes, and Judy is like, I'm your leader. Just stood up and just like led. Like, so her confidence. Mike Beaudry calls me up from time to time. He's like, I don't know what you're doing to Bruce and Judy, but just keep on doing it because it's working. So all right, beautiful. Manny, you want to?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I really didn't know what I was getting into when I signed up.
Trust the process.
I mean, I just knew my business needed fixing. I mean, badly. So, I signed up, a year after NADRA last year. And then went through the activation, and I kind of I feel like I just kind of coasted through that, did what I had to do to get to where, to the numbers and everything. But, I feel like lately I'm really now just getting into really embracing that, from the being standpoint, I guess.
Yeah.
And but it's a work. I mean, it's a work in progress. I mean, it's like we've only just getting started. Right?
Yeah. Exactly. Well, that's because what happens inside of the space, like you achieve some stuff and you're at a new level, and now you want to get to another. That's kind of the secret of this thing. Like you're never going to arrive. There's no finish line, because when you get there, you're a different person that wants different things, right? And that's what you're speaking of right there.
I mean, for me, it's become more to enjoy the process and enjoy the journey.
Yeah. So when I called both of these guys after the NADRA event, they wanted me to call them last year and talk about this. It made 0 sense financially for either of them to jump in with us. And it may make 0 sense for you. But for them, it was like, and Bruce and Judy, I think, are the ones that said this to me, but we have no choice. Like, this is the only option. Like, what we're doing is not working, right? And for Manny, I had some communication with Manny's son and daughter, Emily and Elvin, who are in the front row right there. Wave, guys. Emily and Elvin. And Elvin, when I talked to Elvin, his dream for his dad, and you were what, 19 at the time when we talked first? 19-year-old, his dream for his dad, like he sent me a video and said, or an audio, and said that I just want to help create something in the family business so that my dad doesn't have to worry about money and work so hard. Right? And so I told Manny this when I talked to him. I'm like, Manny, like your son's vision that's great that that's what it is, but you want that for him, right? And so for Manny, it was same thing. Like it didn't make financial sense, but it made 100% financial sense. And then Catherine's called me at least a couple times in person. We've seen each other and over the phone, and been like, what exactly the videos that you sent me? You said that it's kind of along the same lines. Like, I don't know what you've done to my husband, but I love it. Keep on doing it. I like the current version of man. You tell me.
I think every time I see you, I say, he's a different man. He's a new man.
There you go. That's right.
I think the first time you met him was November of
21.
Yeah,
Deck Expo, yeah.
And you made the remark, I think in July of that year, that you're a different man. And I'm like, and I think like a couple months later, I said, he's a new man again.
Right.
And since he helped with that coaching with,
Yep.
what was it?
LDX2 he helped with, yep.
And he's a completely different guy. So guys out there, if you love your wife, you love your family, you need to do LDX.
Beautiful. 2 clap. All right. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you guys so much. You'll hear more about their stories in the talks here. So, are you handheld for the rest of the? Okay, beautiful. You'll be good.
It's gonna throw me a little. We're good.
I suppose. If no one takes it. No, you're good. Go ahead, guys.
All right, so I get to follow all that with numbers. Are you guys so excited? Isn't it fun? Yay! Some of you are like, Charlie Brown's teacher's on stage. Wah, 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 wah. So, but you guys, like, I've talked to so many of you, and outside into, social world. This is by far the number one issue in almost this is the number one issue in everyone's business. It just is, not knowing your numbers, not being on top of it, because it's just not what most of us are geared for. Some of you may be lucky enough to have the foresight to maybe hire a CPA or a bookkeeper to come in and really take care of those numbers. But even when I talk to CPAs and bookkeepers, as I've done over the years, looking for options and things of that nature, even the level of detail that they give is not the level you need. Like, you have to have a high level of your numbers, a low level of your numbers, a team level of your numbers, all of it, because every single number matters. They all work together. And if you can understand the story of your numbers, then it helps you to see why they matter instead of just looking at them as a number. So they are more important than any of the awards you're going to win tonight. They're more important than any of the designs that you do, John Lee. I'm sorry, they just are. If he has amazing designs, if you haven't seen them. Gordon, it is more important than your social media channels. Simple as that. It's more important than the brand of tools you use, Kevin. Milwaukee. Right, everyone? Milwaukee? Yeah, okay. So a little about me. I actually quit college because I was horrible at math. I had to take like the beginner math course, like the one that you have to take to just go to college, but you get no credits for it because you're that bad at math. I don't know if this is giving hope for anyone in here or making you scared. But, and so I took that class and I was like, I have no clue. I don't get this. I can add, subtract. I can do a little multiplication, division. You get me above that, like, forget it. You do not want me working on a job site, angles, and this whole, a 2x4 is not really a 2x4, and a 4. I'm like, what? Like, I got to take what off and rise? And no, you don't want it. And so I quit college from that. But there was something about accounting numbers that clicked for me. So that gives you hope, okay? So they clicked for me because I realized there's a story inside of those numbers, not just, these equations that I had to do. And so understanding that, they became important to me. Like, I wanted to make sure I controlled them, I knew them, and moved through them. If some of you are like our household, like, we speak number different. If anybody has a numbers language, like, I will speak numbers to Chris, and then he's like, what? And he'll say it back to me, and I'll be like, what? And then we'll argue, and then we'll go, oh, wait, we're saying the same thing. Does anybody have those kind of conversations inside, like two different conversations inside of numbers when you're speaking different languages? So hopefully I'll be able to do a good job for you guys to understand some of these numbers, what we find are the most important. There's tons of them. Just to give you an idea, I think it might be on the next. Yeah, good. Okay, so just to give you an idea, our company on our leadership level is tracking between 15 and 20 numbers, which are also called KPIs, if you ever heard that, key performance indicators. We are tracking 15 to 20 on our leadership level, 7 in our production, 11 in marketing. We have 38 in our sales department. So our sales department looks at 38 different metrics every week because every salesperson has 10 metrics so that we know what's going on. Our finance department has a total of 18 different metrics between our quarterly goals, our annual goals, all of that, and then our monthlies. That is, I'm not adding that up, remember, math, no? Like 80 to 90 numbers, easily, that we look at every week. Now, some of those are duplicated in the teams, but it's different eyes looking at it for different reasons, okay? And it's crazy, but it's an amazing thing because we're elite. Like, would you say that if we're tracking that many numbers, we're probably stinking elite at our numbers? Do you guys agree with that? Yeah, I mean, we just know everything of anything. You can pretty much ask me any kind of question. I can tell you what % of my sales I'm at right now, what % of our change orders, where we're at in our production numbers, like % to the year, % to the quarter. So like I'm watching all of those things. Like Chris had talked about, knowing my rate that my deck builders build. We have 4 different crews, plus we have rotating crews for a 5th. And I can tell you what all my crews can do. I know what their production rate is. I know how much I'm paying them a square foot per deck on average across all my builders. all of those things. Like we know our numbers, okay? We're elite. So up here, Chris already kind of touched on it, is numbers is one of your pillars, and then you have company numbers and job numbers, okay? All right, so you guys have a triangle if you turn your page. And you can write your company numbers on the other one because we're gonna be coming back to that to fill in the little lines next to it too. Okay, so the first spot is clueless. So, and there's probably some of you in this room and out there who sit here. You don't know what you don't know, but you know this. You know you made money last year. You know what you got paid last year, and you know it's not enough. Like, you know there's a disconnect. It's somewhere, you have no clue. Is it your overhead? Is it your cost of goods? Is it you're not marking it up? Like, you know, are you going over on materials? Are you going on labor? You have no clue. You just know something doesn't add up. So just clueless to exactly what it is. The next one is slight, okay? You're having an idea of your sales. You know what your markup should be, what you think it is. So you know, okay, hey, I think, you know, we have our overhead. This is my cost of goods. This is the profit I want to make. So I should be here, might be there. And you know what you paid yourself, and you know you have nothing left in the bank. So you're sitting there in that slight, and maybe you have a little bit in the bank, but you're slight inside of your numbers. The next one is a basic. So you have a rough idea of not just some of your financial numbers, but also numbers that matter, like how many leads came in. So you have a way that you're tracking how your leads are coming in, and you know that you ran 5 appointments last week. Now you might not know your close ratio, you know, of what you actually end up selling. You might not know how many leads you need to book how many appointments, to sell how many jobs, those kind of things. But you got an idea of what you're running, and that's it. And then you're knowing those numbers we already talked about. Then we go into advanced. And so advanced is that I know my leads. I know I need 10 leads to come in this week because I need to book 4 appointments because I need to sell 1 job because I have a 25% close ratio. Okay? So thank you. I did it because it's an easy one. So you know how much you paid yourself. You have the markup. You figured out cost of goods, and you know you're doing really good on that, but you might not have an overhead budget that you've really dialed in, but you got your job costs really good. Like you know what you're charging inside of there, and you have that budget, and you have an idea of your operations. Another one you might have is you know what your cost per acquisition is inside of your marketing. You know what it's costing you to get a lead. I think I'm at $201 per lead right now in a sold lead, all the way down to my bottom guide, to my marketing dollars, how much it cost. Don't quote me on that, April. Okay, the next is expert. So the difference between expert and everyone else is that not only are you tracking all those numbers, but your team members know your numbers. And they are tracking their own numbers. I do not have a number, or maybe I shouldn't admit this. I do not have a number on our scorecard that I'm responsible for. Those 80 to 90 numbers, I do not put a single one in. How would you like that? How would you like it where your team is actually responsible? Our teammates own those numbers, and that is an elite spot to be at. Is number 1, your teammates are owning those numbers, and number 2, you're looking at them weekly, because if you are only looking at those numbers when it's tax time and the jobs are done and the year is over, like you're already screwed. So, I mean, you're gonna hopefully plan best for the next year, but you need to be we look at those numbers every single week inside of our teams. We look at it every week inside of our leadership meeting. We're looking at it every quarter. We're saying, okay, what did we predict we would do this quarter? Now reset for the next quarter when we're looking at it. But our team is responsible for it. They're putting those numbers in, and they're responsible. You want to talk about when you make your team responsible for a number, how amazingly they will collect money. So our production team, they have a number that they are responsible for. And we just had this conversation because they were doing math because it's the end of the month. And they know that they're responsible for a set amount of production revenue every month. Do you know that in 7 years, I have not run to collect a check? I don't go to my production team and I'm like, hey guys, listen, I need you to go get this, this, and this because it's 4 weeks past due. My team is like, they've released invoices before they're due. I know that's probably a crazy concept for some of you because you're thinking like, oh shoot, we're done with that. I need to invoice that because we finished it a week ago. But when we're doing our draws, like they're pre-releasing draws because they know they're responsible for that number. And we're going to come to them and be like, hey, where's this at? Why didn't you hit that? What's going on inside of there? So that's elite. So what I'm going to have you do is highlight the bottom 3 red. No, this isn't bad red, but like it's red. Like we want to get above this line. So we want to get above base hit. So about 97% of people and even companies, like we're talking not just our small business companies. I'm talking large corporations that are not doing this. I'm talking $50 million companies that I've talked to, $100 million companies that literally are not tracking these numbers at the level that we do. And it's just insane to me. I couldn't imagine that. That's a lot of chaos. So, and then our top part, we're coloring green, and that is our 3% of our advanced and experts. Okay? And now the next part, circle where you're at. No shame, no guilt. Tris already talked about, tell the truth. Like, the more you lie to yourself about where you're at, the longer that the problem exists. So there's nothing wrong with saying this is where I'm at and owning it, and knowing that's where you're at. So circle it, own it. The cool thing is you can go up from there. So it's completely possible. Okay, so did I have anybody that ended up in my 3%? Just raise your hand. So you had a couple? Okay, good. So everybody else raise your hand. You were all in the 97%. Okay? No shame, no guilt. If you took a look around, like you're not alone. Like that's why I said majority of businesses just aren't checking their numbers at this level. Okay? Moving on. So we talk about our company numbers and our job numbers. I'll give you those numbers if you come back there. So our company numbers are our overhead. So there's much more than this, okay? I just want to make sure, I want to put this caveat out there before I have a bunch of people being like, those aren't the most important numbers, these are, and don't forget about these ones. There's lots of numbers. I'm giving you some of the top ones that we feel in the Academy. When we start with members of tracking their numbers, these are the first things we're going to look at, okay? These are going to be the biggest impact numbers, we could call them. So first is overhead, revenue, profit. This has to do with your company, not the job. Obviously, the money comes from the job, but we have job numbers, and we'll get into that. Excuse me. Okay, I'm going to have my voluntold come up here. Oh, he's getting a picture. It's time, Manny. It's time. So Manny has been so much fun to work with, and he's such a good sport with me. Bossing him around, telling him what to do all the time. Yeah, he's used to it. So when Manny and we met, when we met, what was it, May of last year. Yeah, for the first time. And I said to Manny, we're gonna reenact this because it's more fun. So stand over there, Manny. All right. Some people know where this is going. They've heard this story of Manny before. So we're going to reenact it just like we did, Manny, for everyone here, okay? Because we were going to do like a whole production reenactment played on the screen, but I don't have the budget for that, so we're doing the real thing. Okay, so Manny came to, we do a kickoff inside of the Academy to really, we do a 2-day full intensive inside of your business because it's just so much freaking faster and I can keep your attention. And so we had Manny there. I said, Manny, take this and throw it at the whiteboard and hit the target. And Manny, what'd you say?
What target?
No, Manny, just throw the marker and hit the target.
I don't know where to throw it to.
Okay, well, I know, but I'm telling you, it's the target. So just like the bullseye, like targets have bullseyes, hit the bullseye.
Fine.
And that's what he did. And he did say fine and kind of pouted like that as well. That was pretty, it was like, fine. It was, yes. Bruce and Judy were there for it. They are witnesses. Okay, so Manny did that. You're good, you can sit down. I'm going to be bringing you back up though, because we're going to reenact the other part. So you can see, and I said to Manny, I was like, did you hit the target? What'd you say, Manny?
Oh.
I said, that's right. You don't, because that's how you're living in your business. You don't have a freaking target to hit. So when you throw the marker, There's no target. It's like, hit the target. I want to do $1 million gajillion this year. That is not a target. That is a hope. Okay, there's a difference. Okay, that's not what a target is. And so that's where Manny was. Like, he was, I don't know, his bullseye was down there, and he did hit the target that day too. So, like, the board being the only target. But you can see he's down here. Like, what does that even mean, right? And so what we did with Manny is we got really clear on his targets. We got really clear on what revenue meant to Manny. Like, where are we going? What's the number we're going to? What is that number of revenue? And we tracked that number every week. So we said, okay, Manny, you want to do $1 million gajillion this year? What do you have to do in 1 week towards that goal? What does 1 month look like? What do we have to do in a quarter? And then you know what we did? We tracked that number every week and we looked at it. And what gets tracked gets done. Like, I'm known for Amyisms, so I know that's not the right way you say the saying, but I completely change sayings all the time. If you get to know me, they'll be in the office, they're always like, that's not how that goes. I'm like, it does now. It does now. I had one like what's the 2 birds in a bush with a stone? And they're like, no, but okay. So just get used to it. So we set goals. So we came up and we said, let's see if I can do this. Okay, so we said, all right, awesome, Manny, you want to do a kajillion, right? Great. There's our big goal, our whatever it is. All right, we got our 1-year goal, Manny. Awesome. Okay, Manny, now what do we need to do then in 90 days? Okay, we got that. All right, what do we need to do in a month? Well, we got that. All right, now draw that down. Like, what are we doing in a week? Okay, we got that. And then, Manny, what do you need to do today, right now, to work towards that revenue goal, to work towards the revenue of where you're going? Boom. Now I got my bullseye. So now, Manny, come back up. So 6 months later, we met with Manny. And this is when we did this part, but I'm going to share 3 months later. We meet with Manny, come back because we meet quarterly, check back what we did, plan the next 90. And we meet with Manny, and Manny, I'm going to share this, hope you don't mind. Okay, Manny in the first 6 months before he started working with us had done $200,000 in revenue. 6 months, okay? If any of you can figure out that cash flow, not so great. So like Chris had said, like, not in a place where he should have hired us, right? And so, but totally in a place where he should hire us. Thank you from the crowd. So anyways, we come back 3 months after that initial throw, and we had set goals, tracked them, whatever. We come back, and Manny had done $400,000 in that quarter. So he doubled what he had done in the 6 months. And Manny looks at me. I don't know if you remember this. He's like, how'd I do that? He did. When we put it all up there, and then so we're like, you did 200,000. Now you did 400,000 in just 3 months. And he looks at me and he's like, Amy, how'd I do that? And I was like, well, Manny, we went and hired a whole bunch of people. We got a marketing plan. Like, we bought trucks. We did all this. And he's looking at me like, what? I'm like, no, Manny, we just tracked your freaking numbers. Like, we just held you accountable to doing the work to get where you want to go. Yeah. So 6 months later, again, 3 months after that, we meet, track his numbers again, set this up coming into the year for him. And I had the beauty of saying to Manny, hit the target. It was close. You hit your annual. But see, that's the thing. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. But here's the thing. You're good. Yeah. Here's the thing. Like, we laugh and say he didn't hit the bullseye, but he did hit his goal. We know he's in the 1-year target. So he hit something, okay? And it doesn't always mean you're going to hit your goals, because the goal is to become really good at predicting your numbers. If you sit here with no numbers, Manny had no numbers. So we had to go okay, well, we think this, we think you could do this, and you're going to have to start at the same point. Like if you're not tracking something, you have to give yourself a goal, run towards it, and see how far you either hit or come short. Okay, I came short. Why? Learn from it, course correct, reset your number, run again. Okay, there is no absolute shame whatsoever to not hitting your numbers. There's been times we have not hit numbers because we were bad predictors, not because we suck. Okay, so hopefully everybody understands that. Reset it, learn from it, course correct. What could I have done differently? Reset my number and go. All right, switch it up. Oh, there's a little, there he is. That's the happy bullseye when he had a target. That's why he looks happy in that one. So anyway, so that's Manny's story. Like it's been amazing to see, and that's because he was willing to do the work. He was willing to go out there and drive towards that number, and he had something to work towards. And here's something, I don't have my notes, that I remember back inside of this, is the power it gave him. I think it gave him a lot of power and purpose and direction, that he knew what he was running after and what he was trying to tackle. And it was a whole different thing when he went on a job to sell it, because he knew he was running towards a goal, not just trying to make a sale. So you just put more weight on it. You just treat it differently. So, all right. All right, we're going to go into another story here. So this is profit and overhead. And Josh, if you're listening, hey there. So Josh has works with us, and he's Lakeside Decking out of Minnesota. And did I do it right? Did I do good? I had an accent. Okay, so I got permission to share this from Josh. Josh is your rob Peter to pay Paul. So when he called us, he is a hungry, ambitious guy. Like he's been doing this like a year. He moved 2 years-ish. He had a cabinet shop and changed it over to decking. And he called us because last year went to hell in a handbasket for him. And he said, I may not be doing a lot, but like, I got to fix stuff now because I don't want to have these problems. So we're going to catch all this early on. And the problem that he had was, he was Peter Pauling. I call it Peter Pauling. He was getting the deposit of the next job to pay the material for the last job. So much so that the pain that he was in was that he owed his lumberyard money. Okay, that he couldn't pay, and he had to start a job, and he couldn't get any more material from the lumberyard because he had run his line of credit out there. Okay, and he was chasing jobs, and so what he started to do, well, and I shouldn't say he started. This is what got him into the problem of owing the money. Is his profit. He had a percent that he had his number for his profit that he wanted to make, and a number for his overhead. Well, Josh started to judge his customers and say, hey, Mr. Customer, you look like you can't afford me. I'm going to go ahead and charge you less for absolutely no reason. So I'm going to cut my profit. I'm going to cut my overhead. None of you have done that. I know none of you have knocked money off of a job just so you could close it. You're all lying to me if you say no. Except for Gordon, because he sells them for way more. He's like, stop picking on me. But you know, you learn your value, and that's what Gordon knows is his value, okay? That's what Josh was missing. I looked at Josh and I said, wait a minute. You're assuming your client can't afford you, and so you're giving them a deal on their job and taking money from you. Like, you literally can't pay yourself. You literally can't pay the lumber yard, and you're gonna knock some overhead and profit off. I'm like, why? Do you not value yourself? Like, go get a job. Like, forget this. Like, if you're not here to make money inside of your business, at least to support you and your company, like, go get a job. I don't know if that's good advice, bad advice, but there you have it. Like, it's honest. And he made the realization, like, inside of those numbers of why they were so important. And so Josh turned around. The pain he had inside of the whole borrowing Peter to pay Paul, he had to go to his lumberyard and say, hey guys, I need to work out a payment plan. Will you guys work with me? Now, he was very lucky that he had the relationship with his lumberyard to do that. And they said yes. He had to go to a family member and say, hey, I can't pay my bills. Can you loan me money? And then hired us and said, all right, we need to fix everything so it doesn't happen again. So the cool thing is, after I semi-yelled at Josh and said, never touch those numbers again, you're going to charge what you're worth, he had a job that he was getting ready to close, and he hadn't given the final numbers. And we looked at it. And sure enough, Josh had discounted the freaking profit and, overhead. And we're like, no, put that back up, and you're going to go to him with those numbers. So he sold what would have been a $72,000 job at $80,000. He was willing to lose $8,000 to close that job. And instead, by us saying absolutely not, and him saying, I know my worth, I know my value, I know my numbers, that I'm not overcharging, I am worth this amount, he sold the job. And the homeowner is glad to do it, and he's going to deliver a phenomenal experience for them. So that is profit and overhead and a little bit of Josh's story. All right. So if you'll turn your page, now I can stop talking, take a break here. You guys, which company numbers do you need the most help with, and why? So looking at those company numbers you wrote down, I don't remember my own slide now, have a mental break. Overhead, revenue, profit, overhead. There we go. So revenue, profit, overhead. We'll take a minute, go ahead and write it down. Think on a minute, just gonna take you a minute, but what is it that you need the most help with and why? And then we're gonna share. Let's go ahead and begin to wrap it up there. Pretty easy question. What's your numbers, and what do you need help with and why? All right, we're going to head on to our next numbers, which are your job numbers, okay? So this is your cost of goods, your markup, and production rate. Again, these are not the end-all, be-all for out there who may think it should be other things, but right now, inside of the academy, these are the numbers that we're looking to get to. Okay, so our cost of goods is actually what it costs for the job. So that is your material cost, labor cost for people on the job site, not your admins or anything that don't have a, actual swinging a hammer on the job. Your subcontractors, your toilets, your permits, your dumpsters, all of that good stuff. That is your job costs. Like if you didn't have any jobs tomorrow, none of those things would exist, okay? On the other side is on your company numbers, the overhead, which is all of those things that even if you didn't have a job, you're still paying for, if you want to think of it that way. So, and then we have markup, and that is the difference between what your cost of goods is to what you need to make in your overhead and profit. Okay, that's adding all of that and what it should be. And then your production rate, this one's a little harder for a lot of people, is what we talked about inside of our deck builders, because if you remember Chris's story of the guy who was on the 4-week job and he was on his 10th week there, that's production rate. Obviously, that's not a really good production rate. We don't want that. But what's the rate that your crews or you can produce a job? It matters because you need to make sure you have enough revenue through the job for your overhead expenses you're going to experience every week, right? When we know what our overhead is, we can take that down to what it is for a week. So I'm going to tell a little story here. We'll pop over here. We're going to give Bruce and Judy. You're good. I'm not going to call you up, so you're okay. You're off the hook. We already did it once. So I'm going to tell a little bit of Bruce and Judy's story of where they were at inside of this. And this was overhead. And this was another thing of like how I said Josh didn't value himself enough. And these two did not value themselves enough. They know it. They didn't value themselves enough. Their markup, what it was the difference between what the job cost was and how much ended up in their pocket for overhead, all of their profit and everything, was way too low. And so we got real about it. We found out what the numbers should be, what all those profits should be, what our operation costs should be, and we raised that markup. Thankfully, we did it before a very large project came through, because before that, they too were robbers of Peter and Paul. They were Peter a lot of the time, right? You were robbing themselves because they don't pay themselves enough. They were taking out loans that they didn't need to be doing to prop up the business. They were doing all of those things to keep it afloat instead of charging the customer what they should be charging them. They literally were creating their own misery. Sorry, guys, it's the truth. Because they weren't charging, because they didn't know what they were supposed to be charging inside of these numbers, okay? So we got really clear about it. And luckily, it was before a very large condo complex that they were about to sell. And we fixed that. And I have the numbers here. It was $300,000 by fixing their markup on that one condo project. They literally, I want you to follow along, were willing to sell that job for $300,000 less than what they ended up. And it would have caused massive problems in their business because it was not enough to cover their overhead, and it was not enough profit for them. At some point, they would have started having to pay out of, I don't know where, a credit, something, where I don't know where, to cover the overhead as that job was going on.
Can I add something there?
Of course you can.
So just to kind of put it into context, like what that means for them specifically is like, to have $300,000 extra on a project, right? That's dramatic, right? But it means that now they're in a place 12 months after getting started working with us where they're signing a contract for a showroom, right? 53-year-old company, first time they'll have an actual office outside of their home that they'll be able to bring customers to and have a showroom. They have Scott here, who's now a project manager, working into project management to take that half off of Bruce because they have the revenue. So we got super clear with them about, in 2023, what does your budget need to be? Some things that we immediately did, I literally, in their budget, had them double their personal income because they were paying themselves less than they could make if they were managing the local Waffle House. And I literally told them that on the very first call. I was like, you're paying yourselves what? I mean, thank God they were paying themselves something. So 2023, we doubled their budget. We doubled their income in 2023 because we said, okay, we're going to sell jobs. We're going to create the markup for your future jobs based on you actually paying yourself what you should pay yourself. We're gonna base it on having the showroom. What's the budget for the showroom? We put that into the 2023 budget. What does it cost to have Scott come out of the field and be a project manager? We put that into the budget. They need to hire an office administrator, which I think we haven't hired yet, right? But they're in the process of it. It's in the budget for 2023. Yeah, they need to get. That's right. They need an office to put the office.
They're all in one room.
Otherwise, they'd all be in one room at their house. So yeah, $300,000 sounds great, but what does that actually mean? That means that they can afford to do all these things. Had they charged that condo complex at the 25% markup, let's just say that they were going to charge, versus the 45 that we had them charge, they wouldn't have had that money. They wouldn't have been able to make these moves, right? And so it matters. Now they were super scared when I told them, hey, your markup has to be this so that we can do this. This being, pay yourselves what you should pay. That makes a lot, let's do that. So you can hire the people you need to run the business so you don't have to be chained to your desk all the time. So you can charge 25% markup, or you can charge what you should charge. The problem is that most of us don't know the numbers, so we're emotional about it. Like Josh from Lakeside Decking, he was emotional. When we looked at a job that had a $72,000, or it should have been an $80,000 job, and he's moving it down to 72. He's doing that because he's looking at one number. His overhead number was, say, $10,000. Well, he's looking at this $80,000 job. He's like, oh, there's not $10,000 in overhead there. You're right, but across the board, the percentage of a job to cover your overhead is X. You can't touch that. But if you don't know that number, you're going to be emotional and be like, I can't sell this job for $80,000. I need the money. I need the deposit. I'm going to lower it down to 72. Because I don't really have that much overhead, right? Is this making sense? Like, so $300,000 is great, but what does that actually mean for them? And it means so much more. I mean, these guys, like, they pay not. Well, I'm not going to steal their thunder on the next thing. So I just wanted to.
Yeah. Just
Side
add
note,
in.
are you
It's
going to do
good.
the side note or can I do the side note?
Oh, you can do the side note. Yeah.
So this was shared last year from stage, but like if your wife works in the business, guys, it's not our money. Like just because you get a paycheck does not mean that she's okay with that. Like pay your wife and you'll get so much more out of what they're doing because they feel responsible, they feel accountable. So there's a little side note that we want to make sure we share. Like if your wife works in the business, like Judy pays herself, Bruce pays himself, pay your spouse. I didn't pay Amy for like 15 years. It's probably the most expensive mistake I ever made. So
Yeah.
because it was our money.
Ours. It's ours, babe. What was it just last year's anniversary when I said what was our biggest regret you have over the course of our marriage? So, because we like to ask really romantic questions like that. It's just what we do, Hey, babe, what do you regret the most of the last 22 years? I guess, I don't know. Must have been a bad day for me. And he said it was that. So we're going to head over here, and I'm going to let Bruce and Judy tell it in their own words.
Hey guys, so after our meeting with Amy today, we went over our finances and the January finances and the budget and things, and talked about what we had in all of our different accounts, our operating expenses account, but also our profit account, our savings account, our taxes account. And it's numbers that we don't usually look at. And so to realize that between all three of those accounts, we have just about $100,000 is awesome.
That's unbelievable.
So,
What a great day.
So to figure out that we are able to pay off a credit card that has about an $18,000 balance that's been hanging over our heads for years.
And a truck.
And we already made the transfer to pay off the truck.
I made the payment to pay the truck.
Yes. So we made the transfer, they made the payment. So what an amazing day. And so now we're going to get ready and schedule a dinner and go out and celebrate. But thank you so much, guys.
Yes.
Working with you has been amazing, and you've changed our lives. You've changed our business. It's amazing.
Yeah, we're just going to stop right there because, where could we go from there? It's perfect. So here's the thing. I don't know if you noticed it inside of there. And we said we don't make, you have the option, but we suggest setting up the account she told you about, savings account, a profit account, a taxes account. If you'll notice, she said she had over $100,000. They paid off an $18,000 credit card and then like $5,000 on a vehicle. And then I told them they had to take themselves out to dinner to celebrate the fact that they had done all that. But the really cool thing is that equals to still $75,000 in the bank. Okay, so don't miss that. And so that they roll into the year with. If tough times, whatever, something breaks, it's there for them. So, all right, so next question you guys have on there is, what job number do you need the most help with and why? Which one of those numbers, whether it's your cost of goods, your production rate, your markup. So many of you, we've had this conversation about markup. I did a great talk at Deck Expo about it, but and then what are the 3 actions you already know you need to take? So let's just take about 2-3 minutes and do that.
Get clear about the actions, because if we don't get results, it doesn't matter. So we want you guys leaving here with what are 3 actions inside of numbers that need to happen when you get back home after this?
right, go ahead and begin to wrap it up there because we're going to have a next question for you to be thinking of is, you did my slide. Don't touch my slide. What's the cost of inaction? So right on there, like what is the cost of inaction of those 3 actions on your number? Like what is
Give
that?
you like 30 seconds on that one. So
like it can be one word. I don't make enough money. It can be debt. It could be losing your house, as we saw in the example earlier. All right, so we're going to go ahead and wrap up there, and we're going to move on. So one of the things that we do with our Academy members is we actually have a scorecard. We have a whole software system that we use to track all of this so that it all lives digitally, not pen and paper, no Excel sheets. It's going to live in a software. And so this is just an example of our scorecards where we can see marketing, finance, sales, production numbers, things like that. And having a place for that, creating it, and even if you have something, get Excel and just start tracking all of those numbers in there. It doesn't have to be fancy. You just need to freaking look at them.
who felt a little bit overwhelmed by the idea of like 80 numbers? You're gonna feel like 80 numbers? You feel overwhelmed by that? Like, just realize like it's a ascension process, right? So like most of our Academy members are probably less than 10 to 12 numbers that they're tracking because they're the one that is tracking them. And until you start to you get to that next phase. Go ahead, one more slide. Like of having a team, like we're working plan and numbers. We're not going to overwhelm you with 80 numbers. We're going to hit the high level ones. And that scorecard, go back 2 more for me. That scorecard there is showing you like what are the most important ones inside of marketing, finance, sales, and production. Like if I was on the way that we do this exercise, and if you want to think about it this way, is if I was on an exotic island for a 6-month vacation, and my team was going to report back to me, what are the most important numbers that you need to know, right? And that's kind of how we start this exercise. We obviously want to know what our revenue is because that's important. We want to know what our number, maybe the leads come in. Like different people are going to have different metrics that are matter to them, but that's how we do that exercise. But we build it out in the software, and then you have it so that we can track it every week, so we can see trends. So we don't get to the end of the quarter or the end of the year and we're like, oh crap, we're shooting for this and we're way off here. We track it every week.
I think one of the other things is it takes emotional out of it because a lot of times we feel like, oh, I haven't sold enough, or oh, I haven't done this. And then when we look at the numbers, we're like, oh, wait a minute. No, I've been killing it. We're just having a downtime and being able to identify that and then make a change. So,
who's got some actions that they're going to take when they get home, specifically around numbers, right? Like I know numbers is not a super fun topic. Okay, great. But like,
hey now, don't dog me. I heard them laugh a couple times.
So yeah.
Jeez.
Results is really all that we're looking for here. So
yeah, and that concludes your numbers. So there you go.
You get some value from it? No golf clap. No golf clap. Let's give Amy a 2-clap boom. No. Okay. Oh, you guys don't even need the 2-clap prompt. You're just on it. So good timing.
Okay.
All right. So here's kind of where we're at, right? I told you we were going to go through all these different things. It's kind of break time, but the reality is with this bathroom situation, the way that it is, guys, and timing wise, I want to honor you guys. We were supposed to go till 12:30. You can stay or leave whenever you want. I'm probably going to need till 1 o'clock to get through this. The next piece, I don't want to go too fast through, but I'm going to go as fast as I need to get it done for you. But it's about team. How many people are excited about the idea of like, how do you create a team, attract and retain a team, right? So I'm going to skip over systems because if we did numbers and systems, you guys would go like just cross-eyed trying to do all that. Teams. Yeah, team is a really big piece. Like, how do you attract and retain? And I want to share that because that's something that we've done really well inside of what we do at Legacy Decks. And so I want to share the secrets inside of that. And you guys are going to actually hear from my team. So if you need to take a break, take a break. I need like 2 minutes to just change my slideshow over to the next slideshow. So we can get a little bit of music. If you got to run out, run out. If you come back in the middle of it, that's fine. But we're going to roll into team next, guys. Okay? Everybody clear? You ready? If All right, let's thanks, man. Let's start to make our way back to our seats. Of course, you guys are already in your seats, so I don't know what I'm talking about. If you want to, guys, real quick, on the back of your workbook, there is a QR code, and what that is one of the first steps. Who's with me? All right. One of the first steps that we do inside of the academy is we got to figure out where you're at. We did a little bit of that with that assessment this morning, but we actually do a deeper dive business assessment is one of the first things we do with all of our academy members. And so that QR code on the back, if you scan that, it's actually going to confirm with AV. It's either going to send you the assessment or you're going to link right up to that link. Hey, is the QR code going to take them right to the assessment or is it going to get emailed to them? Okay. All right. Well, then don't do that right now because I don't want you to go over there typing in on that assessment. So, okay. So if you want to do a deeper dive business assessment, scan the QR code at some point, and there's some questions in there that you'll go through, and that's one of the first things that we do. So, all right, so we're going to move on to assembling a team of top performers, because the only way that you can manage 80 numbers inside of your business is if you don't have to manage all 80 numbers inside of your business. So we have specific people in specific roles that have specific numbers that they're responsible for. And so we've already talked about the main drivers being plan, numbers, systems, and team. There's no magic pill. I can't flip a switch tomorrow and come into your business and solve all the problems. It's a process. Like, we need at least 12 months to get you to a point where we're hiring people, because we've got to get the plan. If you don't have a plan, you're not going to attract people to your team. If you don't know the numbers that you should be tracking, you're not going to know how to assign people to those numbers. If you don't have systems, you can't plug the people into the team. So it's the last piece on there. And again, there's no magic pill for us to be able to do that. So the two main drivers inside of team are how to attract them and how to retain them. So I'm going to give you guys the 6 keys to attracting and retaining, and then I'm going to let you hear from the team. Who would rather actually hear from the fruits of the effort that we've put in versus me telling you how awesome we are at building a team? Would you rather hear from the team? Okay, great. We have a fantastic team, like amazing. The only reason we're able to do what we do is because of them. But before we do that, I got a short little video that's going to kind of frame up this conversation about what I feel like is a huge thing that people struggle with. By a guy named Dan Martell. It was just a short little snippet that he did, and I was like, that is exactly what I want to try to communicate here to you guys. So I'm going to start this video, except there's no sound. We good?
You guys get frustrated because you can't find top talent, and I would argue is because you haven't created a place where top talent wants to come work. You haven't presented a vision with clarity and specificity and congruence that those people hear that story and want to come work for you, where your vision and your dreams are so big that all of their dreams and visions can sit within inside of it. Some of you guys have never considered that.
Where your dreams and vision are so big that their dreams and vision can come true inside of it. If your people's visions and dreams can't come true in your organization, what's going to happen? They're going to leave, which means you constantly are having to have a bigger vision. I mean, you don't have to. For me, I want to. My goal is for people like Nick Stevens, who I'm going to bring up here in a minute, to be able to recognize anything he wants to inside of his life. And I don't want to get too much into his story, but like, he has literally, I'll move forward here. He has gone to war with himself. That's that first picture there. He has invested in himself personally, which has then led to the financial dreams. He paid off $60,000 in debt since he's worked with us. He's been with the company for six years now. He's been with us. He's built a life. He got married since he's been here. He's had a kid since he's been here. I think he's got another one on the way. If he's not supposed to tell people that, I don't know yet. But like Nick, 6 years he's been with us, right? Which may not be an astronaut. And some of you guys have had guys with you longer than that. I know that. But to be able to see him grow up literally within the company, that's my goal. That's my vision, is that like the vision and dream for the company is so big that Nick can create his life inside of it, that Lacey can create her life inside of it. Lacey's got her first daughter getting ready to go to college next year. Like, I'm super excited about the fact that we've created a space for her. You hear from Lacey. Lacey literally started off answering phones to where now she's a project manager producing at a very high level, had zero project management experience before, and you'll hear more about that. But this is about Nick. So Nick has absolutely crushed it. So I want to bring Nick up to the stage, guys. Let's give him that's not a golf clap, but let's go ahead and give him a round of applause. Let's bring Nick up. I'm not sure if anybody noticed that this picture here, that pretty much sums up Nick at the office, right? Like, he had a customer that's like, hey, if I paid you in cash, could we get this job started a little bit quicker? He's like, sure, bring it on down. I'll figure something out. So,
I mean, we didn't start the job quicker, but we took the cash. Wow.
Yeah, I love you, brother.
Yeah, that's quite the introduction, Chris. I really do appreciate it. You know, it really is one of those things of, you know, he describes me in that way, and I just kind of say, you know, I didn't just stumble onto the doorstep of Legacy Decks 6 years ago and start slanging $100,000 decks. It wasn't something that I was naturally drawn to. It wasn't something that I had past construction experience. I humped pavers for a landscaping crew in college where my boss told me, you get paid to stink, not to think. That was my experience in the construction world. You know, I thought a 2x4 was something they brought into the ring at WrestleMania for the title fight. I had no business being there. And Chris paints the story of, my lovely wife, Danielle, our daughter, Isabella, and yes, now that it's on the internet, we have a second one on the way. So any family members we haven't told, you've been told. But the reality is that my story truly started 7 years ago when I first met Chris. I had a mentor who said, hey, I've got this guy, Chris Breen, and his wife, Amy. They just got a construction company. They're building outdoor living and decks. I really think you should meet him. I'm like, okay, sure. So we met at a Starbucks, and immediately, as a lot of you have found out when meeting Chris, he's super charismatic. There's just that it factor that people have. So I'm like, okay, I'm intrigued by this. I go home, I tell my wife, I'm like, I want to go work for this guy. She's like, okay, why? I'm like, I don't know. There's just something about him that I want to go work for this guy. Well, they weren't in a position yet. They were in that first year, that first 12 months. They weren't ready to bring people in because they didn't know who they needed. They didn't really have their numbers in line at that point to say, hey, we need to bring in a project manager. We need to bring in a salesperson. They were still wearing all those hats. So a year later, they brought me in for another interview. I got to meet Amy, got to meet Chris. We sat down. They're like, what do you want to do? We've got a sales role and a project manager role. I said, I don't want to do sales. I had done sales in my previous careers as a outside rep for commercial insurance. I was terrible at it, and that's why I didn't want to do it again. Fast forward about a month later, I'm sitting at my desk in my cube, corporate America, just a cog in the giant machine, and I hear the ding of my email. It's an offer letter from Chris and Amy. And I vividly remember that moment of having some excitement, but an overwhelming feeling of dread when I saw that email that said, offer letter. Because I knew I had said I had wanted this for over a year at this point. But the reality is that less than 24 hours earlier, my wife had told me that she wanted a divorce after only 5 months of marriage. My world was literally crumbling, and the opportunity that I didn't realize was the opportunity of a lifetime at that point, but just one of just a chance of an opportunity. And I had typed up my response to them that, hey, I can't take this job due to personal reasons, appreciate the opportunity, best of luck filling the position. For whatever reason, I didn't hit send right away. I called my wife, who, not exactly a phone call that you want to make when the last conversation you had was, hey, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. And I said, what do I do? And she said, Nick, you've wanted to go work for this guy for over a year for some reason. You've said it's a dream job. You better take the job. That was one of the nicest things that anybody has ever done for me. I never actually thanked her for it, though, So fast forward. So that's the night before I get my offer letter. The night before I start with Chris and Amy, I moved out of my house. I couch surfed here and there, rented a room here and there, but for the most part, I was actually sleeping in my car in our parking lot. And they kind of wondered, hey, this new guy's really getting after it. He's always the first one in the office. He's staying late. He's always going to the gym. FYI, if you're ever homeless, don't cancel your gym membership. They always have showers. And so, I hid this from them for almost a month. Now, I know Amy, her, mom instincts were ticking up that, hey, something's off with this new guy. And so I came in as project manager, and with all that turmoil in my life, I was a disaster, absolute disaster in that role. Multiple times during that 7 months that I was in project manager, they had every right to get rid of me. They should have fired me. And I felt that I probably should be fired because the woman I pledged my life to thought I was worth getting rid of. Why wouldn't they? You know, our whole role here was to make money, and I didn't collect on jobs like our production team does now. I was always behind. I didn't know how to explain how to build anything to a builder, so it was always me getting info, going to Chris, what do I do? I was a middleman. That most businesses don't have that built in, to just have a middleman for a production team. So we got to the end, and this is 2017, which was kind of funny with the slide about Joe. 2017 seemed to be a big year for a lot of us. We got to the end of 2017, and the writing was on the wall. Like, they realized, hey, Amy's telling Chris probably, listen, we can't keep trying to see if this is going to work. He's not going to get it. I saw it with Chris. He wanted me to work out. He had given me multiple invitations, not an obligation. I rejected that on multiple occasions. And Kyle, who was our head of sales at the time, we were in a meeting at Panera, and he goes, I want Nick on sales. He didn't tell me this beforehand, and I'm like, all right, well, somebody's going to come save me from myself in my production role, but I didn't want to go do sales. I mean, I like being here. I like Chris. I like Amy. I like the team that we had. At the time, I think we only had 5 employees total. And I had to cancel my plans at that point because 2 months down the road, I figured I was going to be fired. So I had already made plans to sell all my worldly possessions, move to Colorado, and become a fly fishing guide. You know, I just catch fish, row a boat, and smoke dope. That's all I wanted to do. You know, great. Well, that's really going to, I'm going to feel great about that at 30 years old. That's, and when I made that transition, I realized that I had an opportunity again within this. That's where I truly had my kind of aha moment. That one thing that we've told you guys here, like something to take away from this. I had that aha moment where I had been busting my ass to try and make an easy life for myself when I could have worked just as hard to make a good life for myself. It's just as hard to do easy as it is to do good. And when I made that little switch, that was when Chris did his very first LDX. At this point, I'm like, what class am I? I'm like before any of the official ones. I'm like the prequel. I'm episode 1. And for anybody that's already in the group, I showed up 2 days late because, like all of us, it's like, I don't know. I don't want to be held accountable. This is going to open up things that I don't want to talk about. And it was one of the greatest things that I ever got to experience because it completely allowed me to change my mindset, change who I was as a man. And this job that I took that because I thought it was going to save my marriage, it didn't. My wife and I divorced 8 months into, so in July of 2018, I divorced from my first wife. Well, coming out of our activation program, our LDX, Chris gave me a 90-day challenge because he had seen the changes in me, like, you're going to get married in 90 days. I go, absolutely not. I know I've made a lot of changes, but I'm not going to rush back into that again. But what was really neat is in August of that same year, so about 45 days after, 45 days after that, I met someone who was dating a friend of mine, and she goes, I got somebody you need to meet. Now, I'm usually suspicious of setups, because that's what they are, they're a setup. But lo and behold, I met my wife, Danielle, and Chris helped me navigate that work-life balance of being the type of man that I wanted to be, but also being the type of man that my wife needed me to be. And that was probably the biggest change because I talked to Danielle at the last break and I said, hey, I'm getting ready, and I said, you know what? You never met the old Nick. She goes, no, but I know about him. And she goes, but you know what? I love the new Nick. And that to me is what makes the difference. You know, I made my changes on a personal level, but Chris dedicated his time, energy, money. He dedicated his business to making sure I was a better man, a better husband, a better friend. I didn't even know it yet, but he was molding me to be the type of father that I need to be to my daughter, Isabella. Like, he sets that example for me. And it's hard for me, like, you know, like going back to the beginning, we're like, why do you want to go work for this guy? Why do you want to go work for the Breens? What is this magic sauce? Is he really like this? I follow him on Instagram. Is he really doing 75 hard again? Does he really drink a green smoothie every single day? Yeah, he does. I ran into John Lee this morning out at the pool, and in the inner circle, Chris posed a question the other day and said, what's everybody want to have for a superpower? And everybody's like, oh, you know, I want to fly. I want to change the weather. That'd be great for production. It'd be great for fishing. It'd be great for everybody, you know? And John goes, I think Chris's superpower is consistency. And the reality is he didn't go chew on, you know, some pressure-treated lumber and get some magical radioactive power. He's honed this throughout the years, and every single year that I've been on this team, Chris has leveled himself up and, like he said, built that container bigger. Because as he grows, we continue to grow with him. He's mentioned that homeowners don't have his number, they don't have his name. On a weekly basis, I have homeowners, when I go out to meet with them, oh, are you the owner? I'd be lying if I said, yeah, kind of, you know, more or less, I am. I own this position, I own this role. You know, we don't want the Breens in all of these different roles anymore, because they've given us the permission to run these how we know they need to be run. Amy mentioned the numbers. We own those numbers. All they have to do is look at it. Heck, if you guys want, you can stay 2 weeks in Florida. You know, start looking at some houses. If you want to move down here, we'll take care of it. And the reality is that probably I would tell everybody, you know, what I want to just leave everybody with is like just 3 things. And this took me a lot of work to figure out 3 things of what makes Chris and Amy different from every other job I've had. I think I counted up, I've had 16 jobs since high school, and I've lived 19 places. So I've had a lot of change in my life. I've been here for 6 years. That's twice as long as I had any other job in my entire life. So probably the big 3 is, and I know he said he's not a coach, but coach, don't boss. We all have those moments in your business where an employee, they make a mistake, they have, you know, a brain fart or something like that, and you just want to grab them by the ears and say, what were you thinking? Why did you do that? More often than not, they didn't do this out of a malicious intent. They made a mistake. We are all going to do that. What Chris and Amy have done with us is they have taken the coaching aspect to, all right, hey, we made a mistake, just like a coach would pull the game film, go through with their players, like, all right, why'd this happen? We don't want this to happen again. Let's fix it. We'll move forward. And they allow us to make the changes. Or when I would go to Chris and ask questions, hey, I've got this. What would you do here? Let them take the ownership. Let them have the solutions there. A lot of times they're going to come to something that's really, really close to what you would do. And then there's just a little tweak. And then they know, hey, okay, that's how we do things around here. Then you're not having to wear the babysitter hat. So that coaching versus being a boss, you know, it's more than just that. A lot of you have family-run companies, smaller crews. It's a tight-knit group. So just that would be the first one. Second one, invest outside of the W-2. I know you made the reference to, you know, how Varney mentioned, hey, I feel like, even if I offered some of your team, 20K more, 30K more, they wouldn't leave. I've told Chris if they decide to get rid of me, they're going to have to change the locks and get a restraining order because I'm still going to show up the next day and try and sell some decks. Like, I'm not going anywhere. This is my last job. But investing outside the W-2, it's not bringing in donuts on Friday for the team. It's not doing a happy hour, once a month. It's those little things. He talks about doing the deposits with his kids. Scott, you mentioned that. I get deposits from Chris on a regular basis, just saying, hey man, I appreciate everything you do. I know this was a stressful month. I love the way that you're leading your team. I love the way that you're showing up as a dad. They're welcoming when I'm on daddy daycare, as I call it, when my wife works on Fridays. They welcome Izzy into the office like she's one of them. I mean, heck, she's even got a Legacy Decks hoodie, so it works out. But the way that they invest into us outside of just our paycheck, we have moments where it's like, yeah, we do well. I feel like I get paid very well, but I'm not going to go chase the almighty dollar because that's not going to give me anything more. I can't buy what I have here at Legacy Decks. And the way that they invest in us as people, as I said, to be a better man. The byproduct is now he has a sales leader who will not leave. Period, the end. Unless he asks me to come join the academy. You might be able to tempt me there. And that's mainly because I get to spend more time with Chris and Amy. That's really the only drawback to us being able to create a role where they just own the company, is we don't get to work with them as much as we used to, and sometimes I miss that. And the third thing, and I mentioned this about Chris and his consistency, is live how you lead. If you're operating in chaos in your life, in your marriage, in your business, if you're not taking care of yourself physically, it's going to be reflected in your employees. If you're fly by the seat of your pants, misquoting jobs, or this one's going off, or you're flying off the handle, they're like, well, guess what? I can either, I could figure this out. I can go out and do this on my own. I learned what I need to learn. I can do this. And if you continue to lead and elevate yourself, your team will have no other choice but to say, well, you know what? I can't do it better than Chris. It's going to take me 2 lifetimes to catch up to him. So I can create my dream in this container, and the container every single year just gets elevated. That's really the biggest thing. Like he said, create the space that people can actually achieve their dreams within your container. So
I could listen to you all day.
Thank you. But my one last thing, and this is my challenge to everybody here, we don't have to necessarily do shares, or maybe if you want to, we can. But where in your organizations, where in your containers, are there holes, are there gaps that you know that you need to fill in order to attract the right people and then obviously retain them? That's the biggest thing, because if you focus on those things, you will keep the employees that you want to keep. And the ones that aren't the right fit, there's the door. Fill them with the right people. It took us a couple of years, but we have the team now that I love them like family. So I appreciate everyone listening to me ramble here.
2 clap. All right, we're going to do a 2 clap on the 3-peat now. So we're getting really tricky here. So it's 2 clap, boom, 3 times. All right, we ready? We clear? No, I didn't say go yet. Stand up here, right there. Receive your 2 clap on the 3-peat. 2 clap. 2 clap. 2 clap. Good job. Man, I could listen to you all day. You did so good. So notice he didn't say anything about, the multiple millions of dollars of decks that he's sold, or the training that he's got, or that's all important. Like, we give you, the tactical stuff is there. Like, we're giving you a lot of tactical stuff. But I hope if you're getting nothing else that you realize that you've got to work on the driver, right? You got to build this thing here, because where Nick was at 6 years ago, he couldn't be the man that he is today for his wife, for his kids, and ultimately the sales leader that I have inside of my organization is because of all of that. So that was fantastic, man. I appreciate it. Oh, cool. Let me keep that microphone from you. Thanks. All right. So like I said, we're gonna let you guys hear from the team rather than just from us. And so we're gonna bring up Sam and Christy real quick just to cover this. But 90% of people struggle with building a team. 10% are dominant at it or are dominate inside of it. You can fill that out if you want. We're going to talk about attracting and retaining. So the first piece that we want to talk about, which we're going to have Sam and Christy. Everybody welcome Sam and Christy to the stage. 2 clap. Give them a microphone. And inside the conversation of attracting is this idea of marketing and promoting. Like when you actually get to a point where you have to hire people, what's your system for marketing that position? How are you actually attracting people inside of it? Do you have a way of writing an ad? Of where do you post the ad? What's your process for that? The second piece is your interview experience. I didn't say interview, I said interview experience. So when we interview people, and Sam and Christy are going to share a little bit about this, there's almost never do we have someone come through our interview process that they don't like enthusiastically want that job, because we paint a picture of the plan that we have, the vision that we have, the systems inside of our organization. People are like, they got their stuff together. Like, I want to go work there. So that's super important inside of attracting. The last piece is they want to know that there's a future for them, right? Nick came into the organization at an early time, but he still saw a path and a future inside of it. So we want to have Sam and Christy share a little bit and just talk about like what it looked like, why they were attracted to, and what that experience was. And we'll roll. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to start with Sam, and we have like Chris was saying, a process. I'm a system and process person. If you ever talk to me, I got a system and process for anything, and I didn't write it. My people did. I basically like to hire people and say, okay, here's your job description. Write it down. They create the whole flow. Sam's like, yes, true story. They create my process. They write it down. And so anyways, moving on. So we have a process for this. When I do an interview, our ads are specifically written to go towards our core values of our company, of who we're looking to attract and who I want to spend my time with, because your environment matters. And then the second part of that is when I bring them in for an interview, my questions are curated. I don't ask things like, well, tell me how many words a minute you can type, or like, you know, what's your skill level inside of blah, blah, blah. I've already figured that out on their resume. They either fit the job description or they don't. When I bring someone in for an interview, I care about them. I want to know about them, and I want to know that they're going to fit my core values and they're going to fit in with my team. Because if I put somebody who doesn't fit with my team, they're like rabid animals. They will run them out, okay? Because they will mess with, they're serious. They're all like, it messes with the environment that we've created to have someone who shouldn't be in there. So Sam, hi Sam. So Sam, I interviewed Sam. We're hiring for a project coordinator.
Let me interject real quick here. Amy like is elite at what she does inside of hiring, and she dumped a whole bunch of terms out there, language that won't make sense because we haven't gone through the planning phase with you guys yet. But inside of planning is getting super clear about core values. So I just want to make sure it hits with you guys that when we're interviewing more to make sure that you are the right person, which is why Nick worked out. We moved him from project management to sales because he was the right person. We just had him in the wrong role. So once we knew that, so inside of her interview process, she is elite at creating the questions, curating the conversation to find out, does this person fit in with our core values? Core values is not just a hip term that we use. It's literally how we create our culture is through our core values. So when she interviews, she's asking specific questions to find out from Sam, like, is this guy going to work, or is the team going to like pounce on him and like get him out of there? So anyways, I just wanted to, there's a lot of terms that may not make sense because we didn't go deep into planning.
They'll just have to ask me later about it.
Yeah.
You'll have to just join the academy. And
Trust the process.
Anyway, so Sam was really fun. So I'm interviewing for a project coordinator. There are front end, back end of jobs. Once it's been sold, that's what they take care of. And so I see Sam's resume. He's had some construction experience. He installed screen walls and gutters. He had no right to be in the building to interview, but he had some administrative in the back. He had worked for a camp, church camp, whatnot. And I said, okay, well, he's got a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm going to give him a chance. He's got hit some things inside of there. So I bring Sam in, And I start my interview process, and I'm asking him the questions that matter. I'm not going to get into what they are, but I start asking him our questions that mix with our core value, and he is answering every single one like my team would answer. Like literally, like one of the questions I ask is, tell me what in the last year, what books, classes, podcasts, whatever have you read, done to grow as a person or in your profession? And he starts naming off books that my people are reading.
The core value is lifelong learner. So we're trying to find out, is Sam a lifelong learner? Because if you just ask Sam, hey, are you a lifelong learner?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
a lifelong
I am.
learner.
Yes, I am. I've had people say, I haven't read a book in 20 years. Yeah. So I asked Sam, and he's all starting to answer this. And so I'm thinking, I'm getting punked. I'm like, how does this guy know these answers so well? I'm like, Sam, I come to the interview after I do a skills test in there too. I come back to check on him, and I'm like, Sam, are you punking me? Like, did you research us? And I'll let you take it a little bit there. Like,
yeah, so I've read one book in the last 20 years, and it happened to be right before the interview, so I had an answer.
Right, but you had podcasts and Spartan races.
No, I'm joking.
he's
You're
joking. He's joking. Chris is like, what?
Dude, these guys prank each other at the office like crazy. I don't know when they're telling the truth or not. So, all right.
No, but it was really cool because I had gone through so many interviews at that point, just looking for leaders, looking for somebody that I could follow. And in that interview process, I don't know what it was. Like, you're not going to talk. It was Amy. And, but it was just like, I had to follow them because I don't want a boss anymore. I want somebody who can teach me how to do things. I want somebody who can teach me how to be a better husband at some point, how to be a better father at some point.
Is that a proposal?
No. How to be a better person. I don't want somebody yelling at me because I made a mistake. I don't want somebody who I don't look up to. And so that's just a few of the things that really attracted me. And I don't know how I got into the door as well, but I did, and luckily I'm here now.
We had a small pool of candidates.
He fits like a glove. Like, he came into our team, and it's amazing to watch when you hire by those core values of who you are as a company, and you put the right person in there. Like, it's as if Sam's always been here for decades and decades.
Yeah, and the right person, you can, like, if lifelong learner is a core value, which it is for us, like, Sam literally took on learning and building out our entire job tread. Like, every past iteration of our estimating process has been me. Right. And he literally we sat down and had a meeting. I showed him how I built what I built. And he took that and literally learned the entire software. And he knows more about it than I will ever know or care to know, which is great. I don't have to know it all anymore. Right. So, but Sam had zero experience inside of doing that previously. So now he's building out that whole system.
Do I get to keep going?
You get, yeah, 60 seconds.
She told me I had to be short. But I just want to, I want to set it straight, remind y'all it's not about us at all. It's not even about the academy, but it's about, like, we want to see y'all next year with your team being able to do the exact same thing, being able to watch their team brag about, their leaders, being able to say, we're staying and going to Disney World afterward. It's not about us at all. We just are lucky enough to have the mic, but it's truly about every single one of y'all. So don't think this is like us getting to talk about Amy and Chris, but it's what you can be. It's opportunity. It's hope.
Beautiful. Thank you, man. 2 clap. I'm so glad I taught you guys how to clap. It's going to pay dividends for years to come. I can see it now. Am I supposed to talk now? So we put an ad out. We needed to hire a front office. We call a director of first impressions. So the person who answers the phone, schedules the appointments, sits at the front desk, manages the office. Call them whatever you want. That's what we call them. Director of first impressions.
I also sometimes call them mom.
Yeah, mom.
I'm like, we need an office mom. Keep everyone in line.
Yeah. And so Christy came in and interviewed for that position, and we had another gal that interviewed for that position as well. And so the predicament that we found ourselves in, and you can get to this point, we were actually attracting more people than we needed for positions that we had available. And so depending upon where you're at in your business, you may be able to hire people that you don't necessarily have a role for right now, but you're like, God, they're so good. Like, they're just the perfect cultural fit. I feel like they'd be amazing for us. I just don't have a position for them. For Nick, Nick was a year before I was able to hire him. At this point in our business, we had the resources to be able to make multiple offers, even though we only had one position. And so with Christy, she was in that, like, we attracted too many good people, and Christy was one of those people. And so I called Christy. I did all my reference checks. I called her references, and of course, references always tell you amazing things about them. And we did the interview in the office with Christy, and we bring other people in to ask questions, and then we let Christy ask them questions. It's kind of a fun thing. Interview process is a lot of fun. Amy's built all of that. And so I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I say, babe, we need to hire both of them. But I don't think Christy's the right fit for the DFI, the Director of First Impressions. But she's amazing, and we need to keep her for something. And so I called Christy, and I said, hey, what's more important to you? That you're doing the job we interviewed you for, or that you come work at this place? Like, what's more important to you? And I'll hand it over to you at that point to kind of share what your experience was and all those things. So, and you said...
Okay, so I did say, I don't care what I do, I just want to work for your company. And I originally started looking for jobs because the job I was currently in wasn't paying me enough to meet my dream. My dream is to work with at-risk youth and in the foster care community. And I wasn't being able to pay my bills and pay for school. And so I was like, well, I have to pay bills, but I want to pay for school because that's where my dream is. And so I was starting to look for jobs. I was interviewing, and all of them were just like, ugh, like they were just not attractive to me. I didn't want to just work for a paycheck. Like, I wanted to do something I loved and have a paycheck at the same time. And so when I interviewed with Amy, I asked her questions. Like, I was like, how are you as a husband and wife able to run a business and keep a healthy environment and boundaries within because I was like, I'm not going to put myself under someone who can't even figure out their own personal life. And then I'm under them trying to am I going to have to counsel or therapy? I don't want to be in that position. I don't have time for that. I'm trying to do my own stuff. And so when she gave me their background story, I was immediately hooked. I was like, absolutely, they've got it figured out. I mean, it may not be 100% perfect, but they are continuing to put in the work and continuing to grow and learn and be the best leaders that they can. And so when Chris called me about that position, and he's like, so we're going to pick this other girl because she's a better fit. And I was like, I had already been doing that kind of job for 2 years. And I was like, I hated it. I was like, but I'm good at it. I can do it. I'm good. So, okay, I'll at least just do it because I was attracted to the culture. And I was like, well, maybe I'll enjoy it in this culture. And so when he called me and said that, I was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? I'm not going to have this job now. And when he said, he's like, would you rather just work for the company? I was like, yes, I don't care what I do. I just want to work for you because I was attracted to the culture I saw, and I wasn't even in it. But I saw that there was hope for me to have a healthy culture and meet my dreams at the same time. So.
Is there any intangible things that come up to mind for you out of taking the position now that you look back on and you're like, oh, I didn't realize that was going to be a thing?
I would say just the things that I've learned inside of it, even for my personal growth, has been a big challenge for sure. Joining LDX, I was nervous about it because I work for them and it's their program that they're putting on. And my past job had some trauma from my old boss, telling me I was failing in my personal life, I shouldn't be dating the person I was dating, all this stuff that I was like, what? And making me feel like a failure instead of just being my boss. And so that was kind of a struggle for me, but I jumped on board. I was like, I do want to continue growing. I want to better myself. That's always been something I'm into doing. And I want to be the best version of myself. So I was like, okay, I'll do it. And it was a struggle. A lot of trauma came up, but I'm pushing through it. I'm working through it. I'm also supplementing with a counselor and therapist outside of this to help me keep that balance of work and personal life. And so that I would say is a very tangible piece of the culture that they've created. Amy's been very helpful in protecting that boundary for me and coming on board and supporting my own dreams and my own struggles and saying, like, I'm here for you. I'm going to protect that boundary for you too. And so that would be a tangible piece.
You seem like normal conversations to have with your construction staff, right? Is it not normal for you guys? No, that was beautiful. So, to clap. So, as far as attracting talent, they're not always going to fit, right? But if they're the right person, it might make sense sometimes. And if they're the right core values fit, like both of them were, you can always teach them how to do things, right? So, thank you for sharing. That's all I've got for you guys. Thank you. So that's inside the attract piece. Is that valuable, guys? Okay. And again, it's so much more than just a job, I think is the common theme that's coming up with all of these people. And I'll challenge you again, are you creating a place that's attractive for people to come into? Because if you're not, that might be why if you're struggling right now to find talent, that might be why. Oh, we got more people coming up. I got to move on. So, all right. Yeah, we're rolling up on 12:30 here. Come on up. Welcome to the stage, Lacey McGee and Cody Blake. Let's see. So inside of the conversation of retaining, before we get to these guys, there's three things. Culture is number one. I think you've already heard a little bit of culture here. And I heard this the other day on Instagram, and I wrote it down. I don't remember who said it. Crap, it'll come to me. But culture eats strategy for breakfast. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. So if you have a good culture, your strategy can be you'll figure that stuff out, right? So I really like that. Let's see. Next one is recognize and reward, which we've already talked about a little bit, but you've got to recognize and reward if you want to retain people. And mentor and guide, which, again, Nick has talked about that as well. So I don't get to go into my no, okay. No data for you guys. You just get the raw stuff. So, yeah.
Okay.
You start or you want to start?
No, go for it.
I don't know where I'm going to start. So Lacey is a project manager with us, and Cody is also a project manager with us. They are the horsepower behind collecting draws and getting the work done, the whole production department. And so, but the reality is, how much project management experience did you have before you started with us, Lacey?
So much. None at all. I knew nothing about construction.
Yeah.
But I'm here 4 years later.
So Lacey actually, when we hired Lacey, I had another company which I've exited called Build Masters. It was a renovation company, and we actually hired Lacey to answer the phones for that company. She was our DFI, if you want to look at it that way, and that was 4 years ago now, right?
Almost, yeah. And in July, it'll be 4 years ago.
July will be 4 years. All right, fantastic. Yeah. And I'll let her kind of tell a little bit of the story because she obviously doesn't work at that company that I sold anymore. I'm not sure why, but she works here now, and that could be a part of the retain piece inside of what we're going to teach here, guys. So, Lacey, just talk a little bit about whatever you want, really, but hopefully it falls into that whole idea of culture, recognizing, rewarding, and mentoring and guiding.
We hope so, don't we? Yeah, like Christy said a minute ago about them two working together. So I was part of the company that went through a divorce, and it was mom and dad split up, and things got really ugly, and I got left with dad, and I was really unhappy.
That makes me mom.
So, yeah, however you want to look at it. But so we were all in the same building and working together. When Chris sold out, I was still in Build
Sold
Masters.
the business. I did not sell out.
Okay, well, sold the business, sold out of the business. Then I was still with Build Masters. I loved what I did. I loved doing interior work. I knew nothing about decks. And when I heard that it was happening, that I was like, oh my God, I'm going to have to learn about decks, and I know nothing about decks. So I just was like, you guys can't leave me behind. And they actually stayed in the building, and I stayed with them because I was like, yeah, I come with it. And then me and Amy, I messaged her and I was like, can we go to lunch because I need to work for you now? And she said, what do you want to do? And I was like, whatever you need me to do, whatever it is, I'm here.
Yeah, we didn't have a position really.
I'll go back to answering phones, or you guys need the office cleaned, whatever it is, I'll be here. And that's pretty much the way that I've operated within the business. So I do project management. I love it. I've figured it out, and I love working with the homeowners and the designs and stuff like that. But anytime Nick needs me like helping out with sales, I'm like all in on that. If I need to answer the phone because our director of first impressions has gone out, had babies, and then I'm like, okay, I'll answer the phone, whatever it is. But all that to say, like before, I've worked in a million different jobs. I was like massage therapist and did pressure washing and nothing that was construction related. And I was a workaholic but had zero work-life balance. And I would work because I just wanted money, money, money. And my kids suffered, my marriage suffered. It was terrible. And when I found them, I was like, I asked Chris on the phone when we were phone interviewing. I was like, do you guys?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was like, do you let people off for like being able to be with their kids? Like, how is work-life balance? And he's like, okay, yeah, we let people off if they need to be off work, like a weird question for an interview. But when I met with them and I started in the business, I knew immediately that it was somewhere where I could not have a work life and a home life, but I could find that balance where if I've got to go do something at school, I still have my phone, I can work, I can take care of my kids. And then if I have to bring them into the office, they come in, everybody loves them. Like Nick will bring Izzy in there, like we love her. It's just this whole family unit that like we do whatever it takes to get done in whatever is going on in the office. And it's amazing. I've never had that within any other business.
I feel like we're pouring it on really thick here now, so I'm just kidding.
Okay. She's like, it's
No,
terrible.
no,
It's terrible.
like this is a common theme, and that's great. And I love all of this. Like this is freaking amazing. I love, but you guys get the point on that. What I want to, so as far as like it goes to mentoring and guiding.
Yeah, you just have to preface this. We gave them no questions
Yeah, that's true.
before we walked
So
in
as far
here.
as
So they
mentoring
didn't
and
know
guiding,
what
guys.
I literally got a text message yesterday
Come
on
on,
the
don't be
plane
like that.
on the way down here and
So-
was like, I'm going to pull you up to speak. Okay, cool. Good luck.
So here's the
We'll
thing.
see.
There's no magic pill. Like I can't flip a switch and make this happen for you guys. Like I've put in the work, right? And it's not an ego or pride thing. Like I have put in the work. I worked with Lacey on when I had Build Masters and Deck Masters before we rebranded as Legacy Decks. I was actually stuck in a project manager role. This was before we hired the coach that we work with. I was stuck in a project manager role in Build Masters. Deck team really got none of my attention. And so for 2 years solid, Lacey was my project coordinator, which is Sam's role now. And she literally just followed and did, and slowly she took stuff off my plate as I was teaching her, I was mentoring her, I was guiding her. So it's not like tomorrow, like yesterday, Lacey wasn't a project manager, now she is. Like I spent literally 2 years, like in the trenches, project managing with her. Does it take 2 years? Doesn't have to take 2 years. That was before I learned the things that I know now. But that was the investment that I made into her, and she was hungry. She was the right person, and so that worked out really well for us because now she's over here, and we retained her.
And we definitely, like Amy said, are so protective of the culture now. Like we're family, and if you come in and disrupt our family, then you don't last long. And
like I don't have to protect it, guys, because the team protects it.
Yeah, it is the best office space because I enjoy coming to work, and that's rare. And so we protect that.
Work-life
really
balance
hard.
is like a story, right? Nick actually is the first person I heard share that. Like there is no work-life balance. It's like it's life. Sometimes I'm at work, sometimes I'm at home, right? I like both of them. So, all right, we're out of time. So, no, I'm just kidding, Cody. He's like, yes, I don't have to share. So Cody came in to work for us as a construction assistant. I don't know what we were calling the job at the time, but it was basically like a gopher, a glorified runner. Like go pick up stuff that we need, go fix this thing, do whatever. And that was when Cody came on with us, and now he is a full-time project manager. How long have you been with us now?
Going on a little more than 2 years now.
Okay, beautiful. So which part inside of that culture, recognition, mentoring, guiding are you prepared to talk about today, Cody?
No, I guess the biggest thing for me is what's actually attracted me to being there.
You're talking about retaining, not attracting. I'm just kidding. You're good. Go ahead.
I mean, that's why I'm still
sorry.
here, though,
I'll
right?
stop. I'm going to yell
No.
that.
The biggest thing is like what's actually attracted me to be staying there and like keeping me in the position. I mean, I started on as like a grunt ops assistant is what we call it, and I mean, I was doing picking up lumber, everything else. I had a company before I started there, and was doing everything, wearing all the hats, doing all that stuff in the field. And for me to go to the labor position was kind of weird. but I saw the people around me. Everyone in the office, everyone that was trying to do better for themselves. So, I mean, it was a eye-opening experience because I've always wanted just an environment where people were doing better, I want to say, and trying to do better, work-life balance, everything like that.
Well, and Cody's actually done things better than I did. So that's one thing when you get people in, you get the right person in the seat, and they are able to focus. How many of you know that you could be an elite, whatever, project manager, designer, salesperson, if that's the only job you had to do? Right? How many of you would, right? Like, I know I could be way better at a lot of things if I only had to focus on this one thing. Unfortunately, I always had to focus on all the things, right? Cody has actually taken what I built and everybody on my team and made it better. So he's got a whole material takeoff system that he utilizes that he literally built. I didn't have to build it because he came in, he's got different skill sets, and he literally made it better. So again, another thing as far as like you create the container for them to just become whatever it is that they want to become.
I say it's like it's working smarter, not harder. I'm gonna say, and like any little area that I can see where we can improve on it is just the growth. Like being in my position, as you can see, I really hate public speaking.
Doing great, man.
I might start crying. It'll be fine. No, it's just like the room. The room to grow at Legacy, though, it's like they're always teaching me something new and gave me the position to be able to grow into the project manager. Like it wasn't something that was just handed to me. I had to prove it, and like it's the environment, like she's talking about, just going to work where you enjoy being there. I say the work-life balance, but you have to enjoy while being at work too. And the people, people right up here really make it enjoyable every day.
Sometimes we have to make Cody go home.
Yeah.
Go home, Cody.
Yeah.
So, all right, beautiful. 2 clap. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Take this
You can take that to Chris. Yeah. Take it. Take your stuff. You're leaving me now? Oh, I'm on my own. All right, we're not going to. Huh? You sneak off. All right. So we're running short on time, so we're not going to do the questions, but take some time when you get a chance and just go through the questions. Like, what are the actions you need to take when it comes to team? What's the cost of inaction? How many people would like to have a whole team of Nicks or a whole team of Lacey's or like? Do you guys see do you see a different possibility, if nothing else, of what you can create when you create the right space, the right container for your team? And again, it's not quick, right? Like I've been at this for a while. It was probably about 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago now, that I was able to step out like I have been. But Legacy Dex is 7 years old now, right? But I started with a different foundation, hired some coaches along the way, and now we're here. Here we are. So the only case study we haven't talked about is you. We're at 12:30 here, so I don't have time to go through this, guys. But just real quick, like there's a reality inside of like where you are today versus where you could be in 3 years. Okay. And what's that reality? It could be a poor reality, which is kind of the path that Bruce and Judy were on, right? And I'll share this, but like they were leveraging their house, leveraging credit cards, like still making money. I mean, they were over $2 million when they met us. Like they had figured out how to build decks and how to make a business, right? 50-year-old company, but the future wasn't super bright, right? It would be a poor future if they continued on that path. You could have a disastrous future, right? Would be that lower one there. Like Joe, the guy that I shared about earlier, having to sell his house because he's been hiding the fact that he's not been making payments for the last 6 months, robbing Peter to pay Paul. That would be a poor future in 3 years, right? For him, it was the same thing. Like, I don't have a choice but to figure something else out. All right. Other two realities are you could have a good future, or you could have what I like to call a legacy future, like I have, which is legacy for me is just about time, freedom, money, reputation, right? The reason that we all make sure to make this NADRA event is because reputation matters to us. We want to build award-winning decks, right? And so the thing that I'll challenge you guys with is that the shortest time right now to change the path that you're on is right now. The longer that you wait to do something, and I don't care what it is, like if you feel like this is the right time and you want to have a conversation with us about working with us in any capacity, LDX on the personal development side of things, inner circle or boardroom, which we can talk about later after this if you guys want, but like the longer you wait to do something, the further away from that path you're going to be on. 53 years, Bruce and Judy, right? This company has been in existence. It's all they've ever known. And now they're doing things in the last 12 months. They've done things that probably they hadn't done in the last 12 years. To have $100,000 in the bank at the end of the year to pay off, so the shortest time is now. So my question for you guys is if you do the same thing that you did for the last 12 months for the next 12 months, where will you be? If you're on a path that's great. Some of you guys are doing great things. I know that. Our goal is to help speed this up. So with the help of us at the Academy, my goal would be to create that 3-year future in the next 12 to 24 months. And I didn't plan this out, but that's what my coach said on that first video. He said, we can help you do 3 years, do what would take 3 years in 1 year, but you've got to be willing to do the work, the personal work and the professional work. So that is, that's our hope for you guys. We're not gonna journal here, but everybody take a deep breath. There's a lot, right? You guys did a lot of work. I appreciate all your attention. Who learned some stuff? Who knows they got some work to do? Who feels like there was a message from somebody? Maybe it was me, maybe it was Amy, but was specifically for you? Who feels like there was something that was specifically this thing was for them? Who knows they're going to make some decisions to do something different when they get home? Right? Okay. I hope you do. I do want, he's still in the room. Can we give, actually, Mike, come on up here. Come on up here, Mike. Come on up here. This wouldn't be possible, guys. None of this would be possible if Mike didn't call me about a year and a half ago. Maybe a year and 9 months ago and say, hey, I got this idea. We should do this thing. And I shared this last year. Get up here on the stage. And, sorry, I should respect you. And at the time, we didn't really have a plan for this, but he's like, we should do this thing. Let's turn the NADRA Summit, which it wasn't called Summit then, into a thing that can grow and expand. And to do that, we've got to elevate. We've got to get these guys having more time and having more money so that they can participate at a higher level, right? They can build cooler decks. They can spend time with their family. So I just want to take a minute and acknowledge the fact that we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have this opportunity. And the things that are happening with the case studies that you heard wouldn't be happening if it weren't for Mike and Margie and everybody at NADRA. So we're going to give them a 2 clap on the 3-peat, okay? On my 2 clap, all right? 2 clap! 2 clap! 2 clap! Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it.
So real quick, I just want to say this. I really don't have time for tonight, 5 o'clock.
Get out of here with your logistics.
The most important thing is this vision, when we started this way back when 19 years ago, was to make a difference in lives. And this is taking it to that level. Love you all. Thank you, Chris.
All right, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to take a break now. Like I said, we technically have this room till 2 o'clock, but you guys are only obligated to be here till 12:30, which is 8 minutes ago. So we're over on time. But I don't want to leave anybody hanging. If you feel like there's something for you that you want to talk to us about, what it might look like to get some help implementing some of this stuff, we're going to take till 12:45. We're going to come back into this room for anybody that wants to talk a little bit further about qualifications and logistics and what does it look like and how, what's next steps kind of a thing. Come back in here at 12:45 and we'll just have kind of a low-key, unplugged, casual conversation about that and we'll go from there. So is that fair? All right. That's all I got, guys. Thank you. Coming for your axe? Am I still mic'd up?